After my previous humiliating defeat, I retreated to the mountains, far, far up in the north, in preparation for the day that I would finally return, for the day that I would vanquish that evil. And today is that day. I am ready. I am ready to face my fears once more and show that demon what's what. That's right. This is the third and final episode of the Resident Evil 1 Odd Couple Challenge. And yes, I am making a proud proclamation right from the start that this is indeed the case. The first time, I said it was a one-off. It wasn't. The second time, I said, okay, it's definitely 2 parts tops. It wasn't. But this this third time, for sure, this will be it. I am confident. Confident in a way that I wasn't last time. So, I'll want to keep this opening preamble short so we can get straight into it, because I feel like it's going to be a long one. So real quick, let's go over the rules one last time for what this challenge is all about for anybody that might not have seen the previous 2 streams. I implore you to go and check those out first, but if for whatever reason you decide to watch this one before seeing the other 2 parts, here are the rules. Hold on. Let's not get into the game just yet, but instead, this. You should now be able to see my desktop, and I will actually confirm on my phone that you can. Hold on. Yeah, looks good. Looks fairly legible. Hopefully you can actually see that. So, real quick, let's go over the rules of the Odd Couple Challenge. And I should say as well that, which I think I forgot to mention last time, that the Odd Couple Challenge is a challenge that I came up with. I didn't take this from anywhere else online. To my knowledge, nobody else has ever tried anything quite like this before. So it's a bit of an experiment. But so far, I've been enjoying it quite a bit. Well, maybe save for the last 2 hours of the previous stream, but other than that, I've quite enjoyed it. And hopefully this third session will be a bit better than the last few hours of the previous one. Anyway, the point of the challenge is that because there just so happen to be 6 weapons and 6 bosses in the game, what we're going to be doing is that when we reach a boss in the game, I'll choose one of my 6 weapons to use in the boss, and that is the only weapon I can use for that boss. So if I don't have enough ammo for it, I simply can't use that weapon. I can't mix and match, so I can't like go in with the handgun and then switch to the shotgun. That's not allowed. I have to choose one specific weapon, and I have to beat the boss with that weapon. And once I've defeated the boss with that weapon, I need to put the weapon away into the item box permanently. I cannot use it again for the rest of the game for any reason. And that includes situations where I might still have, like, let's say 50 bullets left for the gun. I can't use it. Those are simply the rules. So what I need to do is that before I head for a boss and decide to use a specific weapon, I need to do my best to expend as much of the ammo pool as possible by defeating normal enemies before I face the boss, because after that I can't use it for anything. And of course, part of the challenge lies in not spending too much ammo, because you still need to be able to defeat the boss with the ammo you have. And if you end up in a situation where you overwrite your save file and let's say you have 30 bullets but you needed 35, then you literally can't use that boss against that that weapon against that boss, and you need to go for something else. And by now we reached a point in the game where I've defeated 3 of the 6 bosses in the game, so I have 3 weapons left, and those are the only 3 weapons I can use for the rest of the run, and I actually have all 3 weapons obtained already. So, well, sort of. You'll see in a bit what I mean. But all 6 weapons have been introduced, And now we just need to decide which weapon to use on which boss. And that is what lies at the core of the challenge. That is where the uh, strategic intrigue of it comes from, I suppose. But with that, I think there is nothing to do but to jump into the game. Let me just put the game view back up. You should be able to see it now and hear it as well. Let me just quickly set up the date and time here, which I of course didn't do ahead of time. Why would I? So it is May 3rd, 2025, and it is, to my dismay, 10:42 p.m., which is to say, we're probably going to be here till early morning. But, you know, that's how these usually go. That's how it went the last two times. So, nothing new, I guess. I was hoping to start a bit earlier, like maybe 2 hours sooner, so I don't have to stay up till like literally 6 a.m. But things often don't go the way I intend to, especially when it comes to scheduling. So here we are. I'm actually going to set it to 43 now because we're probably closer to that at this point. Yeah, there we go. Now it's 43. Gotta get it right. My OCDs won't let me do otherwise. But yeah, as you can see, if you don't know yet, we're playing this on the Sega Saturn, or official original hardware. You can see from the controller here as well that it is indeed being played on a Sega Saturn. Hard to see because it's black and it's dark, intentionally so, to create a better atmosphere for the kind of game we're playing. But trust me, it is played on original hardware. That's the only way I roll if I can help it. And I sure can. So, for the last time, let's jump into Resident Evil. Well, in this challenge series, at least. Of course, this will highly likely not be the last time I play the game, but, you know, for the time being, this is the last time.
Resident Evil.
So, we are in the courtyard basement, as the game calls it, which is to say the underground tunnels currently. So, people who know the game well will likely know which boss is coming up, or which boss came up last time. We'll get into that soon. But yeah, that's where we are. 15 saves in. Let's do it. You have once again entered the world of survival horror. Good luck. And we will need it. More so than ever before, we will need that luck. So, here we are in the tunnels. Despite the fact that this save point is very, very early on in the in the in the level, I have actually done a lot of it already. And you might be wondering, if you didn't watch last time, why I don't have a single weapon on me and why I have like all the health in the game in my inventory at once. There's a very good reason for that. But before we delve deeper into that, let me actually do a little something here. We're going to be going back up from the tunnels because I have something, a bit of a revelation that came to me while I was away. A Resident Evil revelation, you could say. a new strategy, that is, that we absolutely need to try. And in order to try it, we're gonna have to, unfortunately, actually I don't think we can use that elevator. Unfortunately, we will have to go back to the closest item box, which sadly is a bit further away than I'd like, but I think this is important for the, well, for our survival, as well as the continued success of the challenge. So just bear with me for a little bit while I was going to say run back, but it would be more accurate to say walk to the item box in the mansion and collect a little something. Hello, doggy. Don't mind me. Okay. So last time, it was at the literal last moment possible that I got hit by one of the Cerberuses. Other than that, throughout the entire run, we have managed to avoid every single hit by one of those guys, as far as memory serves, at least in the courtyard for sure. So we have a near flawless track record. I knew he was there, but I didn't expect him to be so close. That's okay though. That's okay. It's not the end of the world that we take a hit or two running through there. I should have killed him, but at this point, I feel like it might be a bit too late for that. Because, well, as you can see, I didn't have any weapons in my inventory, so I couldn't kill him on the way over here, and now I've already taken a hit, so if I waste ammo on him at this point, well, let's just say that in a challenge like this, you don't want to waste both ammo and health on a single enemy. So I think I'll just take the hit and save my bullets for something else. So, now that we made it here, what we're going to be doing is I'll dump my ink ribbons in favor of the Cold Python and all my Magnum rounds. Here we go. So you might be thinking, especially if you saw the previous one, you might be thinking what the hell I'm doing. We'll get to that. We'll get to that. Let me cook. I have a pretty solid idea here. Something I didn't, well, I can't say I didn't consider it last time, but something I didn't seriously consider, I guess. It crossed my mind, but I was hesitant at first, but then when I thought about it more, I realized that this is the way it has to be. Now you might think you know, if you know the game, you might think you know what's coming up. But I assure you, you have no idea. I'm just gonna kill him. Missed a shot, that's always great. Because as opposed to the dogs in the courtyard, I think I've taken a hit from this guy every single time I've gone through here. And of course, if you play smart, you'll only ever go through there once with the hunter in there. But because of the nature of the challenge, I've had to run around a bit. And I think I've managed up to this point to take like at least 3 hits from him, maybe even up to 5. So yeah, I think now I can actually run. They'll never catch me. Okay. That triggered them, aggroed them. But it's okay. It's a long way to go for them. They'll never make it in time. Here, though, I have to be more careful. Yeah, from the way they growled, you could definitely tell that they didn't like that I started running. Anyway, what I was gonna say is that I don't think it'll matter in the end if I waste a bullet or two on the hunter. Of course, ideally, I'd have only wasted one, but, well, whatever. I don't think it matters. Because if my plan goes off without a hitch, we won't have to worry about our magnum ammo economy for much longer. So, now we're back in the tunnels, so let's keep going forward. And like I said, I've actually done a decent bit of this level already, despite how it may seem. So, well, from the music you might be able to tell that I've already been here. So the boulder that was previously on the other side is already here. The not hunter but tick, if you know the Saturn version, that was here in the corridor, has already been dispatched. And the ammo that was there I took. So there's nothing to do but head straight through these double doors, these completely innocuous double doors that of course have nothing bad behind them. So, what's my health situation looking like? Okay, I think just to be safe, I'll use this. Yeah, I want to play it safe for sure. And with that, here we go. It's time to return to the battlefield. Hey there, friend, I'm back. It's also beneficial to have, freed up an inventory slot, so I can take this, for sure, because this is one of the 6 weapons we'll need for the challenge. Now, of course, last time, what I did was, I tried my hardest to defeat this little guy, Black Tiger, as he's known, with the knife. And it turns out that's really hard. So, let's try something a little bit different this time. Come on. Come on. Come on. Whoa. But first things first, I'll want him to open this door for us. Whoa. Because, we'll need to do it anyway, and I think it's just good. There's other ways to destroy it, of course. I can do it myself, but I think this is pretty good practice for dodging him, which I will need to do quite a bit. So we'll just do it this way, the way I did it last time as well. Okay, there we go. So, for anybody that has arachnophobia, this is a very, very fun part of the game to start off with. And I feel you. Trust me, I do. I am one of those as well, for sure. But the thing is, I've kind of become desensitized to this guy by this point. I was stuck on this boss for 2 hours last time. So I kind of feel nothing. I kind of feel nothing at this point. Last time, I felt nothing but anger and hatred. But now, I'm just calm, I'm collected, I'm serene, I am Zen personified. So, nothing can faze me. But it doesn't change the fact that this is not a particularly pleasant part of the game. Anyway, time for that new strategy. Last time, I tried again and again and again and again and again to come at him. Sorry, to come at him with the knife, and I even devised a strategy one that, while very difficult and finicky, is actually viable. However, I did spend about 2 hours chipping away at his health. Um, who knows how much of it he had left, even during my very best run. Um, so this time, here's what we're gonna do. Ow. What's my health at? Okay, we'll do that. Now that's pretty nasty. I don't like that. The problem with this gun is that it's kind of slow. Like the recovery. Whoop. Sorry. You know, now that I think about it, I think I should be calling Black Tiger a she rather than a he. Just as I do with Yawn. I think that's more appropriate. Anyway, that's that. It was shockingly easy with a weapon that's actually worth a damn, like the Cold Python, which is arguably the best weapon in the game, at least excluding one special hidden weapon. But yeah, what this means is that now that she is dead. Sorry about your mom, little guys, by the way, and about the few of you that I stepped on by accident. Sorry. Didn't mean to. But for the purposes of the challenge, it had to happen. So you should know that that boss is technically optional, but because of the challenge, it wouldn't make any sense for me to just skip it. So that's why I did it, even if I didn't have to. As soon as you unblock the door of the cobwebs that were on it, you can go straight through, and you don't have to worry about the boss. But that is not in the best interest of the challenge, in the best interest of making the challenge interesting and entertaining. So that's why we did that. But now that we've used the Cold Python on that boss, what this means is that we cannot use this again for the rest of the game. So that's why it is fortunate that we can get rid of it right away, is here we have a safe room. So before we went into the boss, I was teasing a little bit. I was saying things like, you might think you know what's gonna happen with me picking up the Cold Python and everything, and but then saying that maybe you don't trust it. But yeah, of course, this was only going to end one way. After spending 2 hours last time, give or take, on that boss with the knife, beating my head against the wall incessantly, I felt like, okay, let's not spend another 2 hours on the boss and just move forward and see what happens when the revolver is eliminated from the equation and we're left with the combat knife and the bazooka. The bazooka is, of course, a great weapon. Really, really great. It's very versatile with its 3 different ammo types. And I have tons of ammo for it still as well. And there's even 6 grenade rounds or explosive rounds in this game that we didn't pick up last time. And the area that they were in, or are in, has since become populated. So I'm a bit bummed out that I didn't take them. But they are still there, and I think we're going to go get them. So that's even more ammo for us to use. So that's great. But the knife, man, now we're stuck with this damn thing for one of the last 2 bosses. And if you know the last 2 bosses, the choice might seem pretty obvious. One of them is considerably easier than the other, after all. And I'm sure you can surmise, based on just how bosses in games work in general, that maybe we don't want to use this for the final boss. Maybe in some special cases, the knife might be absolutely broken against the final boss of a game, but this is not one of those games, as far as I know. Not that I've ever tried. It's possible, I suppose, but I just don't think that's the case. And if I want to test that out, my only choice is to waste my bazooka on the penultimate boss, and then when I reach the final one, I have nothing to use but the knife, and then I just have to make it work, or else I will fail the challenge. And speaking of failing the challenge, if you don't know, the only way I can fail this challenge is if I just deem my current situation impossible to surpass. So basically, no matter how many times I die, no matter how many times I save, no matter how many times I want to retry and reload my save, it doesn't matter. I can do that. But when I reach a point in the game where I literally can't progress, either because it's simply impossible, or it's so difficult that it just seems impossible to me, that's when the challenge ends. So it's basically up to me to decide when to give up, and that's when the challenge ends. And if I give up, that's it, because one part of this challenge as well is that I will be saving in the same save slot every single time, so there are no redos if I decide to, let's say, save before the final boss, just in case, so I don't end up losing progress if I die. At that point, I will have locked myself out of any option other than the knife, so I just have to make it work, or else the challenge fails. So that adds a bit of tension to it as well, for sure, so I have to be very careful with what I do. But enough of that for now. What we're going to do here is we're going to put away the beautiful Colt Python revolver and all its ammo, all 19 of it, that we now won't be able to use because they will permanently remain in the item box for the rest of the game. And here you can see all the other weapons I've put away. I used the combat knife before, because there are two. Of course there are two. Out of all the weapons, of course there are two knives. But yeah, that was actually a large inspiration behind the whole idea of the challenge, because I knew there were two knives in the game. I really wanted to try out try and see what I could do with them, and really test my ability as a veteran Resident Evil player, because I never used a knife for anything. So it was just very interesting in that way. And then I've thrown away the handgun and the shotgun and now the revolver. Which, despite how revolvers actually work compared to handguns, like, I mean, when I say, of course a revolver is a handgun, but I mean like a semi-automatic pistol, compared to how they normally work, and the power level difference between them. Of course, in Resident Evil games, typically the Magnum is very powerful, so this is actually a major blow to our odds at survival. So it's definitely a hit we're taking, but I just feel like this is the way it's gonna have to be. There's no alternative. I had to, something had to give. I had to do something, and while I was away, I decided that if I was going to throw away one of my two great weapons, it would have to be the Magnum revolver, because it is just not as all-around useful as the bazooka, with its 3 ammo types and a plethora of ammo. So that's how it's going to have to be. That's all we can do. It hurts, but we're going to have to live with it, unfortunately. So, we're going to need the Hex Crank next. So let's take that. And I actually won't save just yet, I don't think, because there's a bit of exploration I want to do before that. And knowing the level, knowing the game, I am aware that there are no more enemies in this level. Well, in the new parts of the level that we haven't gone into yet, so we're safe in that regard. So I'm okay with not bringing a weapon with me. Well, it's not technically true that there aren't any enemies, but you'll see in a bit why it doesn't matter. Yeah, the ink ribbons we definitely don't need. Let's put them back. Wait, hold on. Where did I put my ink ribbons? When I took the cold python with me. Here. Okay. So, I guess I'll combine them. Yeah, whatever. There. At this point in the game, I don't feel like we're gonna run out of item box space. Though, there's not too much of it. You know, this is, I said it last time, and this is the one Resident Evil game where you can definitely run out of space. In the item box, but it doesn't look like it's gonna happen. Fortunately for us, we've been going through so much health by making these bosses way harder than they normally need to be, that we have no problems in that regard. And of course, I haven't picked up literally every single item. Sometimes there are just, I try to pick up everything I can, but sometimes there are just scenarios where it doesn't make any sense. Like, for example, I'm not gonna risk taking damage by bringing the blue herbs in the courtyard to the item box because we don't need them anymore at this point. Well, technically not entirely true. It's possible we might, but I mean, we already have like 3 or 4 or something, so yeah, whatever. Actually, going over these items, I realized we're going to be needing this, so can't forget about that. Yeah, I definitely don't want to bring that much health with me. Not right now. We're not going to go into another boss immediately after. There. This is definitely the hex crank. Yeah, not the square crank, because we don't want that. I'll bring that just in case, and then I suppose I can put that away. Let's go with those. You might be thinking that this is a very weird inventory to move forward with, but trust me, we don't need any more. We're fine. As for those enemies that there weren't supposed to be, I talked about. It's Jan's babies coming back for revenge. But that's literally all we have to worry about regarding them, so yeah, like I said, we're not really going to be needing those blue herbs anymore, and we don't need weapons either. Okay, so down we have an elevator, and up we have something else, and I don't think we want to take the elevator just yet, so let's go here first. Ooh. Alright. Just like last time, there's something back there behind the boulder, which we'll probably want. Uh-oh. Better make a run for it, Jill. And there's a map as well. Nice. That looks weird. Uh-oh. 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 Why did I do that? Why did I do that? Why did I think there was something in the back? I don't know what I got this mixed up with. Is it different in the remake or something? Or... God damn it. I mean, that's not a lot of progress loss, but still, it annoys me because like I was purposely trying to make it seem like we were in grave danger, knowing that I could keep running till the end of the corridor and be fine, but what did I get that mixed up with? Because there was definitely nothing there to hide behind or anything like that. I obviously the right choice would have been to run back where we came. Why didn't I do that? God damn it. I mean, if you take out all the babbling I did before and after the boss, and during, actually, now that I think about it, I'm sure we can get back to that exact same spot in like 3 minutes. Oh, but I have to get the revolver back. Okay. Let's say 7 minutes. And 7 minutes is all I can spare, really. Yeah. I mean, I guess there's no other way. Or is there? Perhaps things are not what they seem. I'm gonna say this before we go in there, because things are about to get dicey, and it's just easier to concentrate with music like this rather than the boss theme. So here's the deal. While I was away, rather than devising new strategies, I thought about what it would be like to do this same challenge with Chris. And I was thinking, like, oh, that would be pretty cool because he only has 6 inventory slots. He doesn't get the bazooka at all. He gets a different weapon instead, which changes the challenge pretty drastically. And the reason I originally didn't go for Chris is because I wanted to be able to leave the ultimate decision of which weapon I'll be coupling with which boss to me rather than the game, because there are no stipulations for what weapon you need to use and when it comes to bosses. When it comes to Jill. But when it comes to Chris, things are a bit different. So with Chris, you get a special weapon in the tunnels that can only be used in the tunnels. And while you can use any weapon to defeat Black Tiger, well, I mean, we still haven't confirmed if you can do it with the knife, but any other weapon for sure. While that is true, since you can only use Chris's special 6th weapon in the tunnels, and there's only one boss in the tunnels, and that is Black Tiger, you have no choice but to use that special weapon against Black Tiger. And because that weapon is specifically designed to be used against Black Tiger, that's not a very interesting boss, or a very interesting boss fight. So I just thought to myself, okay, well, that, at least for my first go at this challenge, I think this will be more interesting. So that's why I went with this. But of course, the Chris challenge is more difficult. So at some point, I think I'd definitely like to give that a try. Even if it means that we definitely won't be struggling at all when it comes to Black Tiger, because of the special weapon we'll have at our disposal. And that will make the challenge a little bit less interesting, but we'll be making strategic choices throughout the entirety of the rest of the playthrough. So that's all well and good. But I thought to myself, okay, if we're gonna have to use that special weapon against Black Tiger, basically, and through that, basically, kind of nullifying any threat that he might otherwise have had, I thought, okay, in this Jill challenge, I have the unique opportunity to use the knife against her, as we just learned. Something I should have known before, but here we are. I lost my train of thought. Because as Chris, the game decides for us which weapon we're going to be using in the boss, and that completely trivializes the boss for the purposes of this challenge. I thought I would be throwing away a fantastic opportunity to really get the most out of this challenge by using, or I should say, by making this boss as hard as can be for Jill. So, of course, I'm not going to be using the Cold Python against Black Tiger. Why would I do that? That defeats the whole purpose of the challenge. The whole purpose of the challenge is to see how far I can push myself and my skills as a veteran Resident Evil player, as someone who has played this game so much that I know it in and out. I know the lines by heart. I know where the items are. I know where the enemies are, for the most part. the point is, I know this game very well. So for someone like that, what kind of challenge is it if I use the best weapon, arguably, in the game against this boss that gave me so much trouble? No, that is not what we're going to be doing. I did that simply to demonstrate how easy that would be with a better weapon. And I also wanted to see what would happen if you get crushed by that boulder, because I typically don't have that happen to me. So I just thought, like, okay, we can use the Cold Python, see how easy the boss is with that, because I don't think I've done that before either. I think I've only ever used the bazooka on this boss before, because that's basically the de facto weapon to use on it. So that was an interesting little experiment, and to see what would happen if you get run over by the boulder. And that was just a nice little, couple, I guess, of things we could try out in one run, effectively clearing whatever progress we made in the meantime. Or not in the meantime, that doesn't make sense. Essentially, what did I even say just now? Well, essentially, by doing that, going through that string of events, I would erase any progress that we made that trivialized the Black Tiger boss. So now we're right back where we started, right back where we left off last time, and now it is time for us to beat Black Tiger with the combat knife. Here we go. Just as last time. Same strategy. Nothing has changed, except for the fact that I'm not tired and I'm not pissed the hell off. For now, I have a good feeling about this, but we'll see how long that lasts. So, just as previously, we'll be letting her take care of the door for us, because that's just quicker and safer as well. It might look pretty dangerous, but I'd say I have a pretty firm grasp on how you're supposed to do this. Okay, there we go. Pretty flawless. And now we just need to get ourselves that combat knife. Don't do that. Boop. Boop. I want her facing away from the knife. There we go. And then, of course, we'll be equipping it. So I should explain what the strategy is before we jump into this. I filled my inventory with as much health as possible. I would love to get rid of the ink ribbons, but because I definitely wanted to save with this setup, I kind of had to bring them with me into the tunnels. And of course, by the tunnel save point, the first tunnel save point, there is no item box to put your stuff in, so I couldn't get rid of the ink ribbons. The only way I could have is, I suppose, if I saved 3 additional times, and then I'd get rid of them all, but I didn't want to waste them like that, so here we are. And technically I could go through the door that I just cleared, or I just had Black Tiger clear for me, but I feel like that kind of goes against the spirit of this challenge as well, in the sense that we're already in the boss, and by leaving the room, going ahead, getting more stuff in preparation, and then coming back, that's a bit of a cheat. Technically, of course, you can do that. Nothing prevents you from doing that. I don't think the boss goes away if you leave the room or anything, but I'm almost positive that that's how it works. But I don't know. I just don't feel good about it. So this is the way we're going to be doing it with the ink ribbons here. But I mean, honestly, the only thing I'd get, rather than the ink ribbons, is more health. And if I can't do it with these 4 green herbs, or green-blue mixes, for whenever I might get poisoned, and these 2 full heals, honestly, there's no hope for me for the rest of the challenge. I need to conserve whatever health I have remaining in the item box. I might not need it all, but because I don't know for sure, I feel like it would be a mistake to use any more than this. I should, by all accounts, be able to do it with this amount of health. So that's what we're working with. And what is the strategy? Okay. Well, last time I figured out, and I don't know how I didn't know this yet. Maybe this applies to many of the classic Resident Evil games, definitely this one, but for some reason I didn't know this. But apparently, if you attack with a weapon and then you immediately go into your inventory, you can cancel out the animation as you exit from your battle stance and break into a run or a walk if you want to, I guess. So what that allows you to do is you can slash at Black Tiger with the knife, and you can immediately cancel the animation and start running immediately. So basically what that allows you to do is to get a hit in and then immediately start moving out of the way of the poison blast, which is otherwise very, very difficult to avoid. And this too feels like a bit of a cheat, but honestly, I think this is the only way we're going to be able to beat this boss. Like, I just don't think it's possible if you don't do this. With a knife, I mean. You'd think it's easier than it really is, but the fact of the matter is that you have to hit Black Tiger in the face, or otherwise it doesn't deal any damage. So basically, you have to put yourself right in harm's way, right where the poison comes out of. That's where you need to be standing. So if you want to have any chance of being able to dodge the poison blast coming out as you get too close, or in her line of sight more specifically, you have to use this method. I'm pretty sure. If there is another way, I am not aware of it. And that's why this is what we're going to have to do. I can't think of anything else. But I am determined to defeat Black Tiger with the knife, because last time I found out through rigorous testing, trial and error, that it is indeed possible. And I had to exploit a bug in the game to be able to do that. But if that will get us the victory, I'll take it. And don't think for a second that just because I'm technically cheesing the boss, that it'll be easy. I didn't waste 2 hours on this without being able to beat the boss for no reason. And allow me to now demonstrate why that is. I do not have a good feeling about this at all. I'm probably going to fail a couple of times as I get a feel for it again. After all, it has been a week. But I think we'll pick it up again pretty soon. And I really hope that because this is the first thing I'm doing just about, and it's still early days, that I'll be able to do it this time, even though I couldn't last time, since, you know, it does a lot to you when you're frustrated. You start making mistakes that you otherwise never would, and you blame the game for your own mistakes, stuff like that, and it just isn't conducive to a favorable end result. So that's why I have a much better feeling about this. It's still daunting. I'm still not at all sure how this is gonna go, but I'm feeling pretty good about it, or at least much better than last time. Anyway, do something. The thing is, she wants me to get really close to her line of sight for me to be able to, or for her to be able to fire at me. So that's not great. But then again, we do have to be standing close to her mouth anyway. Though with all those eyes, you would think that her line of sight was a bit wider than it is, apparently. Whoa. Just do it. I'm not gonna do it immediately. I think this is a pretty good camera angle to do it in. What am I doing? What am I doing? Ah, damn it. Well, that's a great start. Got stuck. Hello? One thing I'll definitely that is so annoying. So that's one thing I did last time, where I go in and I go for the attack and I pause the game or go into my inventory before I manage to land the hit. Maybe I wouldn't have landed that anyway because it is pretty tight. But if you pause the game before the hit lands, you'll still cancel the animation and it'll never connect. So if you do that, if you go in and you cancel the animation before the attack connects, you don't deal any damage and you just leave yourself exposed. Of course, you still have a pretty good chance to avoid, but this time that didn't work, so let's just heal and try again. But like I said, we're gonna have to get a feel for it again, because I have been away for a bit, and I'm not exactly a pro at this. That's a definite hit. Now let's see if we can avoid the damage. Ah, nice, nice. That's what we need to do. So I'll just you know, take my time with this. There's no rush. There's no rush. I feel like it's a much better idea to just take it slow. I'll probably take a hit. I think I'll take a hit, but I did at least land a hit as well. Ooh, nice, nice. Okay, yeah. So there's no rush here. Of course, I'd like to be done with this quickly, but I think it's much better to be strategic and methodical about this rather than just rushing in, taking damage every time I deal damage. That's just not, that's not the way to go. And that's what it felt like it was like for the last, I don't know, like 10, 15, 20 attempts. I don't know how many I did last time, but a lot of them. So it felt like I got frustrated too quickly and I started rushing in. I lost all sense of, or all semblance of strategy in my play, and that just doesn't work. So we're going to take it slow here, because this is a war of attrition. Hello? Nope, nope, no, 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 no. No, come on! Ah, damn, got poisoned. There was a good chance there, but I squandered it. But worry not. We'll try again. Nothing to it. Whoa. I need to get into this camera angle. It's so much easier to gauge distances like that. That's not gonna hit. That was way too far away. Like I said, it is pretty tight. You have to be very close to her. Uncomfortably so. I was definitely close enough. I was just a little off in terms of the angle. Or rather, she wasn't facing me. So, that's not what you want. Because of course you want the massive venomous spider to look at you straight. Okay, that was a good hit. I'm not sure if I'll be able to dodge the next attack from her. Ooh. Okay, 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 okay. I was I fumbled the bag a little bit there. I was reaching for the pause button and I just couldn't find it immediately. But I feel like I forget which way I oriented myself. You know what? You know what? Because I wasn't paying attention. Like, I got so caught up in trying to pause the game frantically that I lost all sense of direction. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna tune into my own stream on my phone, and I'll check which way I was oriented. Yeah, a little lame, but I feel like I gotta do it. Hold on. It's a little hard to see. Okay. I see. So, it's really hard for me to try and gauge which way I should run, like, because you should always run to whichever side is the quickest to go to, because obviously the moment you land that hit, you need to get out of her face as quickly as possible, and the quicker route out of it is the better way to go. But right now I'm like right in the middle. And it's not just about where you're positioned, it's about your direction as well. It's the way you're rotated that is almost more important, because if you have to start turning before you can run for it, that's a huge issue. The best thing to do is to just start running straight, as straight as possible, so you can get out at max speed and not have to waste time turning around first. So I'm thinking I want to go right, because I feel like I'm slightly more turned towards the right. So I'll try that. Jill's right. I mean, and hope for the best. Here we go. Oh, nice, nice, nice. Come on. I wasn't turned properly. Damn. I'll just run in front. That should be fine. Yep. That's right, that's right. I'm just looking for an in. I'm looking for a good opportunity here. I won't just go for it whenever. Oh, man, that was definitely going to be a hit, but I canceled it out. Damn it. Okay, okay. No worries. Let's try again. Whoa. Whoa. My angle was good, but the camera angle threw me off. Damn it. So last time there were definitely more runs where I would be at orange caution and I'd take another hit, I'd land on danger, and then I'd heal with a full heal. But sometimes, like a good 2-3 times, I got killed. Well, maybe even more than that, but like I would definitely say like 20% of the time tops, I got killed immediately when I was in orange caution. So I'm just not sure if I should use a full heal or no. The thing is, if I use a mixed herb, I mean a blue-green mix, that is, if I get poisoned, I only have one more to go, and then after that, I'm just gonna have to survive with being poisoned while I fight, and that's not good, because it will constantly keep going through my health, even if I don't take any damage. And while it can't kill me outright, it's just not great when throughout this entire boss, that is indeed a war of attrition, it will take time. It's not great if I have this constant ticking clock to my doom. So you don't want that. So I'm just kind of on the fence here. But I think what I'm gonna do is you know what? Too many of my runs last time got ended prematurely because I didn't want to heal when I should have when I was on orange caution. So I think I'm just going to heal. No matter what, I'm gonna heal and hope for the best. Whoop. Ooh. That was risky, but I was kind of I don't know, got flustered a bit, I guess. Oh man. I think I'm gonna... No, never mind. Forget about it. I had a different plan, but that was fine. What was that? What was that? Whoa. Another great opportunity squandered. God damn it. Okay, stay there, in the corner. That's great. I like it. I like it a lot. Stay there. Okay. And now I just gotta hope for the best. I could even go to Jill's left. And maybe that would be a better idea. Let's try it. No, that was perfect. That was textbook. And I wasted it. At least I didn't take a hit. So long as I don't take hits, my situation technically hasn't worsened. I need this camera angle though. It's a great friend of mine. No, come on, that looks so good. Stay in the corner, you don't have to move. It's risky to go straight in front of her, but I'll try it. I'd kind of like to try and show you what it looks like. Okay, that was a bad one. I'd kind of like to try and show you what it looks like when you don't use this exploit, but I mean, I'm doing a little too well. I don't want to... I think I knifed up. That's not gonna work. Last time I learned that you should aim forward, because you can, there's three directions you can aim. Directly forward, down, and up. And at first I was trying to aim down because I thought it would hit her easier, but it turns out middle of the road is definitely the way to go. And I think I accidentally hit up just now, so I totally missed. Ooh. Don't be like that. I hate it when she does that because she's just, like, baiting me to go into her sightline so she can get a nasty surprise attack in on me. I need that camera angle. Just waiting for the in. No, not again. It's so easy to do that by accident. Huh. Nice, nice, nice. Whoa. That's a good hit. That's a good hit. Whoa. Okay. I'm here again. At the ready. Well, that was pretty bad. I almost dodged it. I ran into it. Damn it. Well, now I got poisoned. Now if I get poisoned a single more time, I'm kind of screwed. Ooh. Don't move. Just stay in the corner, please. Was I too, what's the word? Hold on. This is stupid. I just, I can't think straight. This isn't even relevant anymore because I already made it out of that situation. And I might have placed myself into more danger simply by pausing the game at a moment like this, but I just want to finish this thought. I thought for a moment there I got overzealous. I thought I got a little bit too greedy. By going in for the hit, maybe a bit later than I should have. Maybe I should have just bowed out at that point, because it took a bit too long to get to her, but it worked out. But will this? Let's see. It did. I'm just really worried about like losing my sense of place and direction. Because that's just about the worst thing that can happen in this boss. No. Don't do that. Well, one thing I can do is lure her to turn over here. Because if I go far enough behind her, she'll turn around real quick. Whoa. Which way is she facing? Hey, that's not what we agreed on. You should be here in the corner. Though, if you're in the camera angle, we can make that work. You don't have to be in the corner necessarily. Just be in the camera angle, please. Ooh, okay. Damn. Apologies if this isn't very entertaining, but I mean, we gotta do this. We gotta do this. No, come on. There's no other way. No matter what it takes, we gotta do it. As boring as it may be. Because otherwise this challenge will not be able to continue. And I'm not ending it here. I mean, this is a great run, I think. This is definitely, I think, my best run yet. Whoop. Could have been a good one. Whoa. Because of the camera angle change, that took forever. Oh my god, I'm gonna take a hit because of that. Oh. Okay, I didn't. Thank you. Thank you for being gracious. But we need to stay in this camera angle, Black Tiger. It just... There's no other way. If you want to beat me, you gotta do it fair and square. What? How did that miss? How did that miss? Ah, fuck! God damn it. I definitely chose the wrong direction to turn. Luckily, we're still in yellow, so not too bad. Ooh, okay. I'm just waiting for the opportunity. Also kind of like gauging my options. She should definitely come up a little bit. I feel like when I go over to her mouth, it's going to change camera angles again. Please, come here. Come on. Okay, that's slightly closer. It's a bit better. No, no, no. Yeah, it changes camera angles. I can't make that work. Because of the delay between the camera angles, it really puts me in an awful spot. I can't do that. You're gonna have to meet me halfway, okay? How do I get her over here? Please. I mean, I'll try it. I can certainly get her moving in a variety of ways, but it's hard to do it reliably. That could work. That could work. That looks pretty good. Whoa. Nice. Okay. Would I be able to avoid the hit? Yes, just barely. Honestly, I think the best way to move her around is to just trick her into moving into place, because she does it like a quick sidestep when she retaliates after my attack. Okay. It's a bit too hasty there. That could have been good, but I wasn't ready. That's okay. Let's try that again. No, not gonna work. Up. Let's stay up here. I'm really sorry if you're tuning into this now. This must be very boring, but I mean it's very, very intense to me. This is certainly keeping me occupied. I'm not sure what I was going to say there. I am by no means bored, is what I meant to say. Anything but that. But I can understand if this is a bit boring to watch. Come on. Far away. I might be able to take advantage of that, actually. She leaves herself pretty well exposed when that happens. Let's try it this time. Yeah, okay. That works. Whoa. There's that sidestep again. I would really like to know how much health she has left. But part of the tension of the moment is, of course, that you can't ever know if you're 1 hit away or 10. Come on. Okay, we're in that situation again. Let's make the most of it. Okay, never mind, never mind. Ah, god damn it! She tricked me. Okay, Okay, we're starting to run low on health. Well, low on recovery items, I should say. Our health is fine. Let's not do that. Let's stay in this comfortable little pocket here. Well, as comfortable as a giant spider's nest can be, I suppose. Okay. Don't worry. Nothing to it. Just need to be a bit more careful. Struggling to find a way in. There we go. Wait. Just had a bad feeling about that one. That's okay. So long as I'm not poisoned, I'm still fine. If I do get poisoned, at least in this game, as opposed to all the other ones, you can still see where your health's at, but it's still not a great position to be in. With your health constantly whittling down every second. It takes a while, but still. Oh my god. It would be so great to beat this first try after my week away from this. It would be so great. Please. Classic. Don't do it. I don't like the way she's oriented. I don't feel confident rushing in there. Maybe. Damn. I wasted it. It was a good opportunity. I just wasn't feeling too confident about it. Didn't want to take the risk. Okay. It's basically the sidestep that saves me. If she doesn't do the sidestep, I'll most likely take damage. But, I was gonna say frankly, but what I meant to say was, thankfully, she does it a lot. Okay. No, she didn't. I am not losing by taking another hit and for some reason dying from orange caution. I'm healing. Might be a mistake, hard to say, but we're gonna have to try it. And I'm getting a bit too sloppy here. I'm gonna try running to Jill's left here. No, and then she sides. Okay. So I'm still learning. It seems like it's kind of like with the Nemesis in Resident Evil 3, the original, in that you should always. I forget which side it is, but you should always run past the same side. With Nemesis, it's like. When he tries to grab you, if you go around a certain side, forget which one it is, you don't get grabbed. And I feel like here as well, she'll always sidestep to the right. So if I try to run to the, her right. So if I try to run to her right, Jill's left, as I just did, if she sidesteps, I'll take damage. If she doesn't, I might not, but I think she sidesteps more often than not, so I feel like I should never go over to her right. But I'm learning. It's a shame that I'm still learning at this stage. I should have it in the bag by now, but at least I am learning. As opposed to just incessantly beating my head against the wall like last time. That is annoying though. If that cost me the run, that's too far away. Whoa. Come on. My hands are so sweaty. I'm, I think you needed to know that. I think that was important information. Felt like it needed to be said. Come on now. Let's get it. Oh my god. That was so stupid. That was one of those things where I get flustered and I just like lose my composure and I go for some stupid strategy. This is not the way. This is not the way. That might have cost me this. Oh. Come on now. Come on, come on. Focus. Now, I bet she'll sidestep to the right, so I'll go over to the left. Oh my god, she sidestepped to the left! Ah! Well, now I know that can happen. So, really now, it's anybody's guess as to where she's gonna be next. When she goes in for the counterattack. God damn it. God damn it. That might be it for us, guys. So it looks like we didn't learn anything after all. God damn it. Same situation again. This time I'll try to make the most of it. Well, it worked, but is that gonna save us? Maybe. Why did I try to go for it? That was so stupid. Oh my god, focus. Oh. Come on, come on, come on. I see another opportunity, perhaps. Maybe her sightline is wider than I thought. No. When you push her like that, it's just, it's a no-go. A definite no-go. Not gonna work. Man, I'm really nervous right now with my danger level health. I'm very hesitant to go in. But what if it's one hit away? What if it's one hit away, guys? You never know. Oof. God damn it. I'm just pushing her so far out of where we should be. Oh my god. But now we're back in it. We're back in it. For the time being, anyway. No. Yeah, you really don't want to be running into her like that, moving her around. That's a bad thing to do. No. Don't go for it. Don't go for it. Oh. This might be it, guys. It all depends on how she moves. Oh! Okay, it is dodgeable. If you're in just the right spot, or in it just the right way, you can still dodge it, even if she sidesteps the same way. But it is dicey for sure. if nothing else, I'm at least learning to be very careful doing it like this with red health. So I feel like next time, I mean, there might not be a next time, you never know, but if there is a next time, I think then I'll be able to conserve quite a bit more health. I see. Okay. So apparently her sightline is wider than I thought. So if I go too high up, I think she can fire off her shot. So I won't do that. I'll just get close from the side. I didn't expect it to go off so soon. Wasted another one. Those are such good opportunities too. Oh, okay. The way she staggered there was a pretty decent looking sign. Hard to gauge exactly what it means, but it looked pretty good. Looks like she definitely didn't like it. Imagine if it turned out that she was actually literally unkillable like this, like she doesn't take damage from the knife. I don't think that's the case. I don't see why that would be, especially since they give you the knife in this battle. Not that you're supposed to use it against her, but, you know, I'm sure the developers had to consider that as an option. And I mean, the knife is the thing that allows you to beat the game if you literally have no ammo left. No matter what the situation, at least theoretically. No, no, no. No. Moved her again. It's not good. You don't want that. Oop. Jesus. Oh my god, that was way too close for comfort. Again, I honestly feel like I should say sorry if anybody's watching this. I know this isn't interesting at all, but I just gotta do this. I gotta do this no matter how long it takes. I won't give up. It's not my style. It's just not. How did I even dodge that? Come closer. You gotta come closer. Oh my. Oh my. Okay, now she's close. She's definitely close. Whoa. Maybe a bit too close. No, 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 no. That's bad. That's bad. That's bad. That could be it. Okay. Never mind. Never mind. Of course, I should also mention that what makes this more difficult than it needs to be is that because I'm playing this on the Saturn, I don't have the auto-aim that is in almost every other version of the game, so I have to manually aim at her every time I want to attack, rather than just holding down the aim button and having the game aim for me. So that's great. But I specifically chose this version on purpose, so, you know, I have to live with those decisions, I guess. But now let's lock in again. Come on, come on. I want one of those good opportunities, okay? Can you deliver, please? I'm so nervous. I'm so nervous. Can you tell? with me like just dodging her attacks for like 10 times in a row and not doing anything. No, that's not good. That's not good. Okay, here we go. I have to say, hold on. I'll quickly pause and say this. I often, well, relatively often, I mention how nobody ever watches these streams because it's just true. Sometimes it feels a little silly to stream for nobody, but I also do these for my own enjoyment, and of course they will always continue to exist on the channel in VOD form if you want to watch them after the fact. So it's, you know, it's not a big deal. I'll still do them even if nobody watches. But if there was ever a time that nobody turns up, or if they do, they'll watch for 2 minutes and immediately leave, it's now. I can imagine what this gameplay looks like. It is extremely monotonous. To me, it's not, because it's very, very tense and very, very tricky, difficult. But to you, I'm literally just running back and forth and doing basically nothing else. So I can imagine that that's not the most enjoyable thing to watch, but bear with me here for a little bit longer. Okay. Anyway, we have been presented with an opportunity. Let's make use of it. Never mind. We have been presented with another opportunity. Let's make use of it. Oh! That did something. That definitely did something. Ooh, damn, if only we had just a little bit more health. Like, if I was at full health with no recovery items, we would be in such a good spot right now, because I think the pustule... Oh, sorry, I got too excited. The pustule, or whatever, that she has on her back, where all the babies come from, I believe, the thing that, like, pulsates around all... yeah, well, all, gross-like. It came off. Pretty sure it just came off. And that is a sign that we are definitely dealing damage. We could be really close. We could be really close. I think this happened after 2 magnum shots. Now, I don't know how far away she is from death after 2 magnum shots. Like, is she still at a third of her health? Or is she like 1 hit away from death? I don't know. Hard to gauge. But we're making progress. I would hate for this to be the end. Well, that was anticlimactic. That was anticlimactic. Oh, man. Oh, I really... Ah, damn it. Damn it. Oh. So no snakes here for now, which is good, but let's go in here just in case. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. This, I am at a loss for words. Oh, let me heal and save first, just in case. Just in case something happens, like a power outage or anything like that, or the game like bugging out and like freezing on me, anything like that. Let's just make sure that doesn't happen. First things first, okay? So I'm gonna heal up to full, and I shouldn't save before I've looked at my items. Okay, we can take a short break. I'm sure we can take a short break. It's fine. So actually, this is nicer to look at, because nothing bad's gonna happen in this room. Oh my God. Oh my God. Eat it, Black Tiger. Eat it. Son of a bitch. I mean, bitch. Eat it, bitch. God damn. Pro gamer. Right here. Yes. Woo. God damn. God damn. We did it. We did it! First try! We did it! Let's go! Let's go! Let's freaking go! Ah! God damn! God damn! Whew! Eat it, Black Tiger. You're done. Oh man, I completely ruined that amazing moment. I completely ruined the climax by pausing the game, thinking the fight wasn't over, and. Damn it. God. I can't believe I did that. I thought the fight wasn't over. I thought I reached like the final phase. But no. She died. She just died. When the pustule on her back, I'm sure it has a name. I don't know what they're called. And I don't care to look it up either. But when it came off of her back, I legitimately did think, even after beating this game and this boss too many times to count, I did honestly think that we had just entered the final phase. Not that the final phase is any different in terms of gameplay, but I just thought that that was like a sign that, okay, she's getting weaker. Now it's the final push. Keep going. But no, she died. Uh, man, I screwed that up in two ways. Number one, of course, I paused the game after she had already died, and then went through this whole spiel of like, okay guys, this might be it. I don't know how much health she has left, but like, it's so close. We can't fail now. Please, please, please let me have this. When she was already dead, in fact. So that was blunder number one. And blunder number two was actually, watching the fruits of our labor come to fruition. By, actually having her on screen as she succumbs. Now, I don't take any pleasure in killing animals, I should say. I was going to say killing in general, but then I realized killing zombies is pretty fun. I'm not going to lie, that's pretty fun. Killing hunters, pretty fun. They're technically like lizard people, yes, so part animal, but I feel like they're definitely more humanoid than lizard-like, so I don't have such an issue with them. And they're such legendary, just bitch-ass enemies that it's very cathartic to kill them. Anyway, I take no pleasure in killing animals. Well, particularly in real life, but even in video games. Even in video games, I try to avoid it whenever I can, and there are even cases where I just straight up don't continue with a game if it forces me to kill an animal, especially like a dog or something. Luckily, this game doesn't do that, unlike a certain remake, but of course, if you want to beat all the bosses, then, well, some of them are animals, and there's just no getting around the fact that you have to kill them. So I didn't exactly want to showcase her death on screen, but it would have been so satisfying to see her pop. I heard the pop, but I didn't see it. I don't know if there was anything different about her death animation when you do it with a knife, when you finish her off with a knife, but that was a unique opportunity to try it out and see if that is the case. And I squandered it, because I moved to a different camera angle, and the reason I moved to a different camera angle is because I knew the little spiders would come out, and I really, really didn't want to find out if they could kill me, because I was at danger, of course. So I wanted to get out of there as quickly as possible. I just listened, just in case, to see if there would be another phase or something. Like, the music was fading out, so I was pretty sure that was it, but I just wanted to be sure. So before I heard the spiders break out, the little spiders, and saw them skittering on the ground coming for me, I didn't want to exit the room, just in case. So I did that, and I saw them, but I missed that satisfying pop when they come out. If a pop that results in a whole array of spiders coming for you, if that can be satisfying, I missed that moment, and I'm pretty bummed out about it. And I'm really bummed out about the fact that I just like didn't get the full experience. I didn't see her die, sort of. Or I guess I saw her die, but I didn't see her little children come out. And I realized saying this out loud that it sounds really messed up. It doesn't matter if it's in context or out of it, it's still messed up. Like, I killed a mother, and then I wanted to watch her children crawl out of her dead body because it would have been satisfying. That sounds completely insane, saying it out loud, but I'm sure you can understand. Like, there is a certain satisfaction to it when she, like, literally, like, goes like, pop, and then the little ones come out, and I missed it. Of course, I've seen it countless times before. We just saw it before when I did the boss with the Magnum, but it's just not as satisfying when you don't really have to put in much work at all. And there could even have been something different about the way the boss dies, about the animation, specifically if you use the knife. I mean, I know in Code Veronica, at the very least, there's a specific boss that ends with a different cutscene if you defeat it with a knife. So I was just thinking maybe there's something like that, but then again, probably not, because this is Resident Evil 1. It's not that advanced, I suppose. There's a lot of player agency, and you can do things in a different way in a lot of situations, but I don't think anything like that is possible. Not quite. I think. I can't know for sure, but I just have a feeling that that's probably the way it is. But I was going to say a bit bummed out. I'm really bummed out that I actually didn't get to see, because I was really scared I would get killed by the little ones, and I wanted to get the hell out of there as quickly as possible, while making sure that she really and truly was dead. But that doesn't take away from the fact that we beat Black Tiger with the knife. Let's go! Let's go! Well, we just proved that it is indeed possible, for one. And to add to that, we did it first try. We did it first try, guys. Let's go! Oh man, I am still just elated, ecstatic about that. That was so good, and it was down to the wire. The only thing that went wrong about it was my little blunder with the inventory at the end and the camera angle. Everything else was so good, and yeah, it took like an hour, but did I seriously spend 1 hour on a single attempt? No way. No way. No. I'm not gonna look it up. I'm not gonna check it because it's just boring. We should move on with the game very soon. But I might even have spent an hour on a single attempt at that boss. And I mean, if that is the case, even if it's not, even if it was 30 minutes on a single attempt on a boss that normally takes, 30 seconds to beat, that's insane. And the fact that it was all one continuous attempt, I didn't die a single time. I took the learnings from last time. I learned new things this time. I employed them in the boss to the best of my ability, and I beat her in one go with the knife. Oh my god, amazing. One of the all-time greatest gamer moments for me. Maybe you've done cooler stuff, but that's just about the coolest thing I've ever done in a game. That is insane. I could gush about this for like 10 more minutes easily, but maybe we should just get back to the game, because there's still a lot to do. There is still the rest of the underground tunnels, and of course, the final level with the last two bosses. But now, we got rid of those friggin' knives, finally. Now we can say goodbye to the combat knife a second time, and the final time. And we can move on to using nothing but the bazooka and the Magnum revolver. And of course, there are problems with that. Potential problems. Sorry. There definitely might be some problems with that, because now we only have the strongest two weapons at our disposal, and we have to find a way to defeat any enemies that might come in our way and be a considerable hindrance using one of those two weapons, while also making sure that we don't run out of ammo, because we're getting close to the end of the game now, and there isn't too much ammo left to go around, so we got to be very careful not to expend too much of it. But For the first time in like 3 to 4 hours, things are actually looking pretty bright for us, and I am ecstatic. Anyway, that's that. Gushing over. Now let's get back to it. And save the damn game before that power outage. Oh man. That is an all-timer for sure. Hold on, I'm gonna do something stupid. Let me just orient Jill properly. Can you do that cool idle animation, please? Please? Thank you. I was gonna do this on PC, but I actually realized it's easier to do on mobile. Hold on. I'll tune into my own stream again. This is really dumb, but I just feel like doing it. Hold on. Just a sec. This is very important, guys. I gotta do it. Hold on. I'll be done in a minute. That's it. That's the one. And there. Alright. Here we go. Oh, okay. Well, it's good to know that while in the YouTube live chat, you can definitely see what the emojis are that I added to the message. Apparently in the stream view itself, in the chat box, you can't see them. I'm gonna have to take a look at that at some point later down the line, maybe for the next stream, to see if I can do something about that. But at least in the live chat, you can still see what I wrote. I mean, you can see what I wrote, but the emojis as well. If nobody else is here to say it, I'll say it. But yeah, yeah, huge W. God damn. But anyway, let's get back to it. One thing I do want to mention real quick is that I was very bold as I started this stream by titling it Part 3 out of 3. I gotta be honest, I wasn't at all confident that it would actually definitely be the case, but now it's looking a lot more likely. I mean, the challenge is far from over, but the most difficult hurdle in the entire challenge has now been vanquished, slain, surpassed, overcome. Other adjectives. I mean, not that those mean the same thing, really, but they all fit the mood and the situation. Okay, so is 5 ink ribbons all we have? Or do we have more somewhere? No, I think that's all of them. Well, 5 should be plenty. Oh yeah, first things first. Can't forget. We are no longer allowed to use the combat knife, so let's put it here. Bye-bye. At this point, I feel like I almost have to say, thank you for your service. Combat knife, I will not forget your contributions. Because even though I hate the knife, let's be honest, that was sick as hell. That was sick as hell, and the knife came through in the end. It really didn't look like it for a while there, not just last time, but this time as well. But it did come through in the end, so I think that should be recognized. Thank you, knife. And now, hopefully, I'll never have to use you in this game again. Well, until I do the Chris run. Anyway, yeah, I think it's also nice to have these weapons in order here. I mean, that's a bit of a spoiler. If you didn't see... Okay, it's your fault. At this point, it's your fault if you didn't see the previous ones. This is the order in which we used these weapons and got rid of them. So that just makes sense to put it there. Whatever. And of course, I should mention that everything above this yellow line here is stuff that has been discarded and can't be used anymore. So there's that. Anyway, I think our main weapon going forward should be the bazooka, because we have more ammo for the bazooka, and some ammo types are better than others. So I feel like when it comes to the explosive rounds, of which we have 24, and there's 6 more waiting for us if we go back a bit, I feel like it is in our best interest to use these for basic enemies and save up the rest of it for bosses, which is to say 12 acid rounds, including the one in the chamber right now, so 13 total, as well as these 12 flame rounds. So not a bad situation to be in. We have, what, 24 special rounds, and then as for the normal ones, or no, 25 actually, and as for the normal ones, 24 currently, and we could easily get another 6. So that's 55 grenade rounds, all in all. I guess I should call them bazooka rounds, because technically it's not called the grenade launcher here in this game. So yeah, let's use those and save the magnum rounds, of which I have 24 currently, till later. This weapon is more powerful anyway, and there are very select situations where it is not good, not a good pick for a particular fight. But I think going forward, any enemy for the rest of the game will be downed pretty easily, save for the final boss, with this weapon. So I think we should definitely save it up till a bit later. But of course, at the same time, we probably don't want to completely abstain from using it, because we have to try and manage to strike a good balance when it comes to our ammo consumption. If I only use the bazooka for everything, we could easily run out of ammo. Even though we have a lot of it now, we'll go through it pretty quickly if we start wasting them. So anyway, I feel like my main weapon right now should be the bazooka with the explosive rounds, so I'll take them with me. But I think I'll also bring with me the python, just in case. Ideally, I'd probably only want to have the 2 weapons and no extra ammo. But right now, because I have 1 acid round in the chamber, I actually have to use that first, as opposed to every other Resident Evil game. I have to use it first, and then I can load it with explosive rounds, and then I can put the rest of them away. Right now, I can't do anything about this. I could waste it. I could just shoot it at the wall or something, but that obviously doesn't make any sense, so I think... No, you know what? I won't take the python for now. Instead, we'll go with these, and once I get rid of that 1 acid round, then we'll take the python with us, just in case. So, I actually know there's quite a bit of health coming up, so we won't take any of that, but we'll need the Eagle Medal, and we'll also need the V-Jolt. No, we will not be using that. We'll need the... Hex Crank. Yeah, that's the one. Okay. Technically, it's possible that we'll get poisoned going into the next area with the snakes, but... There are, I think, a few more blue orbs coming up, so I won't worry about that for now. So yeah, bazooka, explosive rounds for now, eagle metal, hex crank. Yeah. Oh, and I should probably... It took so long to load that I was worried that the game was gonna freeze on me. Like what's the word? Like I said before, as if to jinx it. But luckily that didn't happen. It just took us so long that I think the disc in the console started or stopped spinning, and it had to start up again, going out of the item box. Man, it sure can take me a long time to explain things. Like, we've been here in the item box view, I think, for the last 10 minutes or so. Sorry about that. We'll get going right away. But, of course, we do need these ink ribbons because we are definitely, more so than ever before, saving right now. Not saving now would be a huge mistake. Yes, please, take it. Take 2. I don't care. Yeah. Let's do it. And now, Black Tiger is officially behind us. We will not have to worry about her any longer. Man, I am, in addition to just beating the boss, I'm so happy that it didn't take longer than like an hour and a half or so to do this, because I was prepared to go on for like 2 to 3 hours before we managed to beat it. But luckily we did it first try. It took everything I had, everything, but we did manage to do it first try. That is huge. Okay, with the game saved, let's move forward. Finally. Oh, never mind. Let's actually move backwards first, right? Yeah, for sure, for sure. Now I'm actually starting to get a little worried about, a little bit worried about the snakes, because I'll have to go through this area a couple of times. But we're fine for now. Is Black Tiger still in here, or the little ones? No, no. Okay. So I wasn't sure actually. Ooh. Hello. Nice. Sure didn't know that was there. Well, I guess it's understandable that under normal circumstances you will not be exploring this very thoroughly. That's great. That's great. I think, honestly, the best thing to come out of this whole thing was that we discovered that there were increments there. Our efforts weren't wasted. Anyway, with the spiders gone, I have no trouble going through here to go back and collect those bazooka rounds we missed earlier. And there is another loose end we have to tie up as well. As we go over there. No more music either. I must have gone back at some point in one of my many runs over the years after beating the boss, but I don't remember it. I don't remember what happens. So if anything new occurs while we're here, it's all news to me. I doubt it. I think it's just the same old that was here before the boss as well. But you never know. We're about to find out. Oh no! Of course he didn't die. Now that we're here, if you don't know, one of the curiosities about the Saturn version, and one of the many reasons one of the main reasons even, that I specifically chose to play this version for this challenge, is because I wanted to show off the exclusive enemy to this Saturn version, the Tick. The tick replaces the Hunter Alpha in the tunnels, and, well, you're about to get a demonstration of what they are like if you don't know. So here we go. These guys were not here last time. I actually expected them to be, and they weren't. So I think I've definitely been here before after the boss, and I just forgot that they appear only after you've beaten the boss and not before. I just realized though that I'm about to spend like a good, I don't know, 3 to 4 bazooka rounds, one of which was an acid round, but I guess the net gain is still worth it. Maybe we'll see what happens. I've saved the game anyway, so no matter what happens, we're not in a not in a bind of any kind. Let's just roll with it. Not that camera angle, that's bad. I don't like that. Okay, so was that worth it? 5 rounds for 6, one of which was an acid round. I didn't take damage, so that's good. But I don't know, man. I don't know. That might not be worth it. At this point, I'd basically say we're basically in the same situation as when we started. Not there, not there, not there. I gotta be quick about this. He do be coming, though. Hurry, Joe. Oh, no. Okay. I am glad I got to show off the ticks one more time, because I was, initially, in the previous stream, I was a little worried they'd only make an appearance once, but now I actually got to show them off a little. I think it is also against the spirit of the challenge to retry, since I didn't die, I didn't take damage, I didn't end up in a considerably worse situation at least, so I think we'll just roll with the punches, although there is still that other loose end I mentioned just now. So let's do that. Let's take care of it. And hopefully we won't die in the process. No need, no need. I can find my way on my own. So in certain versions of the game, or maybe even in this version of the game, if you make certain choices regarding Barry, I believe an enemy could show up in here, a tick to be exact. But I don't think that's the case now. I won't assume that that's the case, but it's not looking like it is. We might be good here. Well, I guess it's subjective, really. Hello? He couldn't have moved because of this injury. He's holding something. We can't use this, of course, but I'll take it, because last time I mentioned a specific line we would most likely miss not being able to take this, but now that we have the opportunity to, I'm actually just going to take it, and we'll see if we get the line. There should be a line. I'm pretty sure. Come on. Come on. No? I could swear that Jill says, "What could he have known?" I could swear. Is that from the remake? Weird. Maybe. Or maybe it's only when Barry's here investigating. Anyway, the loose end wasn't to come and get the handgun bullets. It wasn't to see if we could get the line. Those are all extras. The loose end is something I forgot to do last time. Not something I couldn't. And that is... Enrico! No! Another one of my comrades! This pain, it's just too much. I don't know if I can take anymore. I swear if one more STARS member dies during this mission, I won't want to make it out of here. I'll stay here with them. It's just too much. It's just too much. Fare thee well, Enrico Marini, I think. Fare thee well. So it was a bit hectic last time, but what happened to him was that we were talking to him with Barry, and he just revealed to us that apparently, get this, there is a traitor in the STARS unit. A traitor. And then, out of nowhere, he got shot. It wasn't me, it wasn't Barry, it was someone else in the tunnel with us. And while we heard him run away, we didn't see his face, so we don't know who it was. Could it have been the traitor? Was it someone else? Was Enrico speaking the truth? Was he in the right? What could he have known? Sorry. Maybe we'll find out soon enough, but for now, we don't have many clues. All we have is Enrico's dead body. Okay, good. Good. That's what I like to see. So I think we will not be seeing the ticks again from now on. But I got to show them off a little, so that's at least nice. I do think they're really cool. Of course, really now they're just reskins of the Hunter. But I think the fact that they went out of their way to I lost my train of thought, sorry. They went out of their way to retexture, remodel, and I can't think of a word that starts with re to get my last point across. So the fact that they went out of their way to make a new model, new textures, and new sound effects for an enemy, even if it is a reskin, I think that's still really, really cool. And the first time you see it, even if it is a reskin of a Hunter, you're likely not gonna know that. You're not gonna realize right away because it looks and sounds so different. The Hunter is a lizard-human hybrid, while the Tick, I think, isn't even a bioweapon per se, a BOW, but more so just a bug that accidentally got exposed to the T virus and mutated. So I think it's kind of sad in a way when innocent bystanders get caught in the crossfire. The crossfire being the experiments of whoever's behind this. But at the same time, it's kind of cool that these bugs were never intended to be used as bioweapons, and yet they mutated and became that inadvertently anyway. I do think that is pretty cool. And especially, I mean, the first time I played this Saturn version, sadly I did already know that the ticks were in the game. Part of why I bought it in the first place was because I knew of the ticks. But it was still really cool to see it for myself for the first time. Since I was so used to the Hunters being all over these tunnels. But now there isn't a single one. It's all ticks. But yeah. Now we're gonna go back into the snake corridor. I would like to drop these off, but that would mean running through the area an additional um, 2 times, so that's not great. Then again, I do have blue herbs, so maybe I'll take my chances. Yeah, I'll do it. Don't hit me. At least they aren't already on the ground when I come in. That's so basically the situation resets every time. That is at least good. I just noticed that the B button on my controller is acting up a little, which is not great. I don't know if it got so badly assaulted during that boss fight and the previous ones, I'm sure, the previous attempts, I should say, from last time, that it's not doing too hot, but hopefully it will get us through the game either way. Of course, it's just the fire button. It's nothing crazier than that. Nothing too important. But I mean, it works. That's not the problem. The problem is that when I press it down, sometimes it stays down. And I do have other controllers. I could switch, but I think this is far and away hold on. The Mark II, I believe it's called. This Mark II Saturn controller is by far my favorite in terms of ergonomics and just comfort. So I would much rather keep using this, but it is a bit of a shame that apparently the B button is acting up now. Maybe cleaning it up would get rid of this issue, but hard to say for sure. But I'm definitely not going to start opening up the controller and cleaning it up now, so we're just going to have to make do. So the thing is, I was about to reload my bazooka and then put the extra ammo in the box. But the thing about that is that because the bazooka has to be empty for you to be able to change ammo types, I feel like you might want to keep it empty whenever possible so that if you run into a situation where you want to use, let's say, the flame rounds, you can do that. So I think I won't actually what's the word? Reload it for now. I'll just keep it the way it is, and I'll keep these on me, I think. But then knowing what's coming up, I don't need them. No, I'll put them away for now. I'm actually confident enough in my ability to be able to survive, so I won't save again. I feel like that's unnecessary. So let me just put away the extra ink ribbons we got, as well as the ammo, of course. The handgun ammo that we can't use. Don't want to make it seem like we're breaking the rules after all. It would be fun to know by the end of the run exactly how many bullets I was left with for each weapon. Like how many more bullets could I have used on enemies? Because I've been not sparing necessarily, but I've been pretty selective when it comes to which weapon I use. So I definitely feel like I could have been a little more economical. I mean, no, not more, less. A little less economical, because I mean, I have over 100 handgun bullets. I have almost 20 shotgun shells, and 2 knife rounds. Oh, right, the increments. I might even want to put the bazooka in the box. I might even want to do that. Hmm. I really don't think I need it. Yeah, let's do that. So anyway, um, what was I gonna say about the ammo? Oh yeah, I could have been a little less economical even. I could have killed more, but no. Well, there's not much I can do about it at this point. I mean, there's literally nothing I can do about it at this point. But again, it would be nice to know what the exact number of bullets left in the game unused is for each weapon by the time I'm done. Assuming that I do finish this challenge, of course. But even if I don't, by the time I'm just done with the stream, I would like to know how many bullets more I could have used. But I guess it's pretty hard to gauge because I would have to go back and collect literally every ammo drop there has been so far. I don't think I've missed many, but maybe like 2, 3, something like that. Mostly handgun bullets. And I could go back. Nothing's stopping me from doing it. You can always, like, even at the very end of the game, before a certain point, a certain story thing, at the very end, very, very end, you can go back all the way to the beginning whenever you want and collect any items you may have missed. So it is possible, but I'm not going to waste time on that. It's not that interesting. Anyway, let's do this a bit better this time, okay? So, first things first, to give us an easier way to take shelter from the boulder, let's turn this around. I purposely didn't do this last time because it was just a waste of time, knowing that I wouldn't actually even try to survive the boulder. Man, this takes forever. You think the last one was long? Man. They streamlined this a little bit in the remake, which is nice. But here we don't have that luxury, sadly. Anyway. So there's a little... I didn't go to the other side to show what was there, but there's actually nothing there, I'm pretty sure. But here, there is a secret compartment, which you could actually see on the map, which we don't have yet. But maybe we will soon. Though that's not to say we need the map. I can survive without it. But there it is, like we saw last time. Oop. With certain parts of the background vibrating and others not. It looks a little funky, but whatever. So there's the map, but what's in here? An MO disc. Another one. We'll take it. It's a map of underground. Will you take it? Sure. Okay. Now looking at the map here, which we'll do once again. We've looked at each map a single time. We will not need it after this, just as before, but let's take a look at it for fun. So, because the entire underground level is just one, well, level, one floor, one, anyway, we can see that there is exactly one room left we haven't gone into, and that's the one that can be found in that secret compartment. So we're actually very close to the end of this level. Let's do it. I'm not sure if this is the last time we'll hear this music, but one of the very last for sure. And I do really like it. So, it's a bit of a shame. But what can you do? Looks like a puzzle of sorts. So if we step on this platform, it opens that little hatch, but whatever's in there, we can't get because the hatch closes too soon. Okay. I really should do something about this B button. It's annoying as hell. But, well, no candy right now. I'll just have to make do. Anyway. There looks to be a statue here. Let's see where we can push it. Let's put it like around there. Yeah, looks good. And then what's this? Let's examine it. Could it be a hexagonal hole? Yes. But what does it do? Nice. And now we can actually keep pushing the thing. I might have pushed it too far, actually. But we'll see. Let's try that again. Almost had it first try. Luckily, whenever we leave a room, stuff resets, just as with the snakes. So, no problem. Just a little annoying, that's all. Okay. Attempt number 2 of 2. There. Actually, I think that might still be cutting it a little too close. I mean, I should try and align it with the plate, obviously, so that looks pretty good. Come on. There. I'm really getting annoyed by this B button, honestly. Like I'm not trying to make a big deal out of it, but it is it's super annoying when I just press it once and it stays held down. In a combat scenario, that would be pretty bad. Right now, it's not really a huge deal. It's just annoying is all. Stop. Anyway, will you take the Doom Book 2? You may remember that last time we got Doom Book 1 in the mansion. And now we have the second one. Let's see what it has to offer to us. Nothing important. Okay. I guess it's just a book. This is just some reading material for, you know, when we get out of here. The ride home is going to be long, so... Well, actually, it's not that long, but... you know, having something to read as you go is appreciated. Unless you get car sick like me. I couldn't, but, yeah. Anyway, that's not important. Let's start reading it right now. Why not? There was a medal in the book. The Wolf Medal. A medal from the second Doom Book. Nice. And now we have a pair for the Eagle Medal. You could say they form an odd couple. Anyway, with that, we have investigated every room in the underground level. So, what now? Are we stuck? Well, just because we've explored every room underground doesn't mean there aren't more rooms to explore up top. Because like I said before, there is an elevator here that we never went to because we didn't need to. And now we do. So let's see where it takes us. Back into the courtyard by the sound of it, but where exactly? I think I will make an exception and actually look at the map one more time just to show where we are. So last time we looked at the map and we didn't have any way to access this area with the circular formation, and now we made it here. So that's how. Cool stuff. And now we've explored every area of the courtyard as well. It's welded and does not open, so no way to make it back into the mansion through here. I don't actually know where this leads. Like it's hard to gauge based on the map. I guess if we look at it like this. Hold on. I said we would only open this one other time, but well, here we are. I'm just trying to figure out where on the map this circular area is. So the reservoirs, it's obvious. That's the one with the, like that's the, how should I explain it? The only other area that isn't green or red, the one that isn't colored, so to say. Not the circular area, that is, but the rectangular one with the pipe-looking thing kind of coming out of it. That's the reservoir that we can see on the map with the water in it. And then you can see the path going into the guardhouse, the S-shaped path, which is up to the left. But and then you can see that other rectangular thing. I don't know how to explain it. Below the reservoir on this map, the smaller one that is also uncolored. I think it's actually a flower bed, but we can actually see that on the map as well. It is below the reservoir, but of course, because this map is rotated clockwise by 90 degrees, or no, counterclockwise actually. It's rotated counterclockwise by 90 degrees. It's to the right instead of below it. And then way farther down is the area we're in right now, off to the left. I feel like it has to be that square area in the middle of the map. The one with the brightest walls, almost white. That is right next to the mansion. Connect straight to it. I feel like that's where we are. It's not exactly in an identical spot compared to this map. There's a bit of a discrepancy there, but I think that's what it has to be because it doesn't match anything else. And this area is also roughly circular. If you take out the part I'm in right now and you only look at the part with the circular formation, it is kind of a square. So I think that's what that is. And that is connected straight to the mansion, so whatever part of the mansion that is, the welded door right next to us would take us there if it was open. But which part of the mansion is that? So that's the west wing. Hold on, let me look at this. I want to figure this out. I've never actually thought about this. I know this is kind of boring, but I just want to take this opportunity to quickly figure out what that is. Because this series hasn't just been about, like, it was never just about the challenge. It was also about, like, celebrating this game, especially since it just had its 29th anniversary. Not that the 29th anniversary is anything too special. 30th would be more appropriate, but it just happened to align, so why not celebrate the game while we're at it? And just show off cool stuff and just, you know, talk about why I like this game so much and all that stuff. So we'll do this real quick. We're almost there. So the west wing, up to the left, upper left corner, that is the corridor with the safe room in it, the west wing safe room. But there's no door that leads into the courtyard from there. I feel like if anything, it should be the greenhouse that has a door leading outside. That would sort of make sense. And the greenhouse is up there, but the greenhouse isn't right at the top. It's those two corridors. I wish I had some kind of pointer I could use to show you guys what I mean, but there's those two corridors. One of them leads into the safe room and the other leads into the greenhouse. But it would have to be the double doors, the welded double doors would have to be would have to lead out one of those two corridors, but there's definitely no doors like that there. I would have noticed for sure. So I feel like there's also a discrepancy between what is there in the courtyard map and what is there in the mansion map. So that's a bit of an oddity there, I guess. I mean, of course you can't go through it because it is welded shut, but it certainly looks like once upon a time you were able to go through here, but there is no sign of anything like that inside the mansion. So that's weird. Anyway, I spoke before briefly about knowing what was coming up and not wanting to take too many items, so this is why. So there's quite a few green herbs to go around, and blues as well, I guess, if I want to take those. Take it. Take it. Not. Hey, what? No. I'm still thinking about that one. Not sure if I was just misaligned or if the B button is really starting to fail me here. Right, I was supposed to think about whether to take those or not. Well, whatever. I'll take them. I don't think I'll run out of inventory. I actually think I'm not going to run into any more items before the next item box, if memory serves. Also, a picture of a wolf is carved in a round hollow. So this is the circular formation, whatever it is. Okay, can't examine that. And here we have a picture of an eagle carved in a round hollow. So yeah, like I was saying, in addition to not having any more items to pick up, we're actually going to be getting rid of 2. So that's great. Time for a little cutscene. Oh, it's super dark. You guys can see it a bit better. So the water was drained, and a new pathway has opened in the middle. about that. So it revealed a set of stairs leading down to what looks like an elevator. And it doesn't look like this elevator is going up. Well, I guess there's nowhere else to go. Very ominous. Descending into the depths. Where do we end up? The music certainly is foreboding. What's this? Nothing to say. Really? The door is tightly locked. There's a plate on the right-hand side. Emergency exit. Will not open unless first class emergency. Alright, I'll keep that in mind. We really have nothing to say about this. This huge thing. Nothing? Alright, well, I guess all we can do is head even further down. There's a ladder. We've descended? Yes. Well, there's the item box. No way to save, though, by the look of it. Oh, well. So, let's put these away. I can reveal right now we will not be needing these for the rest of the game. So, we just really took them to take up space in the item box. There is no purpose for them at this point. The ammo disc. I could... No, because I don't remember exactly how many items I'm going to be picking up and where. Let's just play it safe and not bring them with us for now. We still don't know what to use them on, but it seems like, especially since we just got a second one, we might be coming up to something regarding them pretty soon. Anyway, now it's time for the bazooka. And I'll bring the... I think I'll bring the explosive rounds for now, because they're not super valuable. And then I'll... There should be green herbs to go around in the upcoming rooms. I won't bring any with me. Well, here we go. Let's see what awaits us behind this door. In this brand new area. Hello? Now, is it better to kill him or to avoid him? He's pretty easy to avoid. There's herbs right there. But... oh, I'll be running back and forth quite a bit. Bit of a shame we missed that. It's a pretty cool spectacle watching the zombie just blow to bits, but I mean, you could see some of the giblets flying around. But maybe that won't be the only time we get to do that. Because the explosive rounds are just totally OP against zombies. One shot is easily enough to kill one. So it's a bit of a waste in that regard, but it's also very satisfying. But hey, that's all we can do, really. The explosive rounds are our worst weapon right now. So I guess that is what we should use if we have to use something. Anyway, there's a third ammo disc. Curious. And nothing else. And before the zombie comes, let's act quickly. It's electronically locked. No. Visual data room. There's a plate. Visual data room. Okay. Ooh, he's coming. I'll remember the herbs are there. Yeah. Was that actually the first time a zombie has puked in this run? Maybe not. Maybe not the first time, but one of the first. Anyway. It's a naked man. There was some new music as well. I mean, the previous track was also new, I guess, technically. But this one sticks out to me. I quite like it. It's not like super foreboding, but it is mysterious and kind of spooky. Anyway, I guess this is a good time to mention that this is the final area in the game, the final level. So let's see what it brings us. Some naked zombies at the very least. That's always fun. Just what was going on here before the viral outbreak? Let's not do that for now. Ooh. Just look at those insane graphics. Real-time ray tracing? Holy hell. It seems someone used this only recently. Can I actually take this herb in the dark? No. It's too dark to see anything. I see. Well. You can kind of see what I'm looking at right now, but I can't on my screen. It's a little too dark. But hey, we don't have to worry about it. Let's just turn on the lights. Hopefully nothing is lurking in the dark waiting for us. Nuh-uh. So there's an herb we could take. Won't grab it for now, but I'll remember it's there. And if memory serves, there's handgun bullets in this box. Let me flex a little with my knowledge. That's right, but we won't take it. No need to take it at this point. So nothing new to say about this. Nope. But there is a file on the table. Let's read that. Let's see if it'll give us any revelations regarding the ongoing situation. Now that we're reaching, well, close to the end of the game. Researcher's letter. June 8th, 1998. It was actually, I believe it was mentioned at the very start of the game, but it is actually worth mentioning that while the game was first made, the original version in 1996, it actually takes place in 1998, so technically it takes place a little bit in the future. Anyway, June 8th, 1998. Dear Ada. Ada, huh? Ada, by the time you read this, I'll be something different. Today's test turned out to be positive, just as I expected. I feel like going crazy when I think about becoming one of them. Ada, you're not infected, and I hope you never will be. In case you're the last one left, take the material in the visual data room and go to the power room to operate the triggering system before you escape. And make all of this public through the media. Material from the visual data room, and then into the power room to operate the triggering system. Okay, sounds important. If everything is in order, all the locks can be opened by the security system. You can access the system if you log in with my name from the terminal in the small lab and enter the password. The password is your name. To unlock the door at B2, where the visual data room is located, you'll need to access with our names first, and then enter another password. Okay. I've written the code below. I'm sure you'll understand it easily. And this is my last hope. If you find me or my last wish is what they meant to say. If you find me completely changed, please, kill me yourself. And there's the password. Yours, John. John. Ada. John. Ada. Nothing there. Well, this looks awfully suspicious. It's almost as if you could push it. Another light switch. But to what end? Let's look at this first. It looks like there are, well, very similar symbols to what was in that letter. It looks to depict Adam and Eve in the garden. What's it called? It has a name. Well, I'm not really an expert when it comes to this. But you know, it's the classic scene of Adam and Eve in the garden with the forbidden fruit. Surprisingly religious for a Resident Evil game, actually. Well, I guess certain Resident Evil games do have more religious elements than others, particularly Resident Evil 4. But anyway. So yeah, there's some kind of code language being used here. And I'm thinking that each of the words corresponds to something in the picture. There are some shared letters between the words. So maybe that way we could figure out what each symbol means. Okay, let's think about this. The M-looking symbol, that's not really an M, is it? Because assuming that these are all words, like English words, there is no word that ends with two M's, right? Well, maybe there is a word that ends with two M's, but nothing that fits the bill when it comes to this painting. So I think it's safe to assume that those are not M's. However, with Adam there lying on the ground, that M-looking symbol, that is the first letter of his word, I think that's a different symbol. I don't think it's the same one. It's kind of hard to tell with the low fidelity, but I think that is a different symbol, and it's actually the same symbol that appears in the word next to Eve, the lower one. In the middle there. I mean, in the lower word in the middle of the word, the middle letter is the same as the one in the Adam one, which is different from the two in the highest one, as well as the other one around Eve's head. Well, if I didn't know the answer already, it would be cool to try and solve this without using any additional hints, but if you go and use the other light switch that I just discovered, it will actually show you the meanings of each of these symbols. And I mean, that is the way you're supposed to solve the puzzle, I guess, but the harder version would be to just figure out what each of these mean based on the similarities between the words and the symbols each of them uses, and to try and figure out what each of them means based on where they are in the picture. So, because I know the answer, I'll just what's the expression? I'll spill it out, I guess. So the M-looking symbol that you have two of in the upper left word, that is not an M, that is an E, which is to say that that is a word that ends with two E's, and there aren't too many words that end with two E's. One of them could be spree, for example, but obviously there's only four symbols, so it can't be that. So maybe it could be something like, I don't know, tree. And since it's not much of a stretch to assume that is what that says, because it is placed on top of a tree, we can use that information to figure out that the other two symbols are a T and an R. But then again, those don't appear in any of the other words, so that doesn't really help us. That said, that M-looking symbol, which is an E, like I said, it appears at the end of the word that is close to Eve's head. So that word ends with an E. And since the first word relates to the tree, and the second word is around the fruit, it looks like it ought to relate to that. So if we go through different kinds of fruits, or just the word fruit itself, it can't be that because it ends with an E. It could be an orange, but that's too long, one letter too long. Or it could be grape. It could definitely be grape, except for the fact that the second and third letters are the same. So it can't be grape. Well, that doesn't leave us with a lot of options. It must then be an apple. And if it's an apple, we can now deduce what the letter A is, or what the A-looking symbol is. That is an A. And then the ones that look like, I don't know, crooked C's, that's the best I can describe them. Those are P's. And then the one that kind of looks like a lowercase r, that, or a half of an M also, I guess, that is an L. And based on that, we can figure out that there is an A in the remaining two words as well. No L's though, and no P's. Even though there is a symbol that looks like a P, that is not a P, because the C looking one, that is actually P. At this point, I suppose one might notice that the word that appears next to Adam is actually the same as the last three letters of the word that appears next to Eve. So obviously, it's not just their names, but perhaps it could be so simple as man and woman. Because, of course, what I just said about the remaining three the last three letters being the same, it also applies to man and woman. And of course, with it being Adam and Eve, it checks out for sure. So that M-looking symbol that doesn't look as much like an M as the other one that turned out to be an E, that might be an M. And then the X-looking symbol is actually N. So that just leaves us with the P and the... how should I describe that? Yeah, I don't really know how to describe that. It kind of looks like a fish, I guess. The like fish going upwards looking symbol. We technically don't have any real way to deduce what those are, but you know, I think you can definitely piece together that what it says is man and woman. And that was a very long-winded way to to solve this puzzle when all we could have done was toggle this switch, turn on this weird blue filter. I guess it's a UV light. And of course, it reveals to us that indeed the words are tree, apple, man, and woman. And now that we know that, can we actually examine it, by the way? Something is written on the picture. Right. So now that we know that, let's turn the light back off. Because the puzzle isn't over yet. Now we just know what it says. Sorry for taking the long way around, but I just wanted to try and see if I could deduce it. I mean, even if I knew the answers, I tried to see, or wanted to see if I could try and deduce the meanings of the symbols just by looking at this. If for some reason you couldn't find the other switch or something. But yeah, so now that we know what these mean, let's actually look at that file. Because again, it had very similar looking symbols in it. I actually just realized we've never been in this menu before. So here we have all the previous files we've found. And it looks like we might actually have missed one file from the first half or so of the game, which is a bit of a shame, but what are you gonna do? I hope it wasn't anything too important, like something lore related especially. I really have no idea what I missed. What could I possibly have missed? I know this game pretty well. I'm pretty sure in a normal run where I collect all the items and stuff, like a completionist kind of run, I know where all the files are, and I don't miss a single one. So what did I miss? That's weird. Anyway, looks like if this file 2 book is going to be filled all the way, just like this one ideally would be, it looks like there's quite a few files coming up, even though this is the final level. Anyway, this is the one we want to look at. Researchers will. There's actually a couple of important bits here, but right now we need the password. So here we can see the symbols a lot clearer. So like I said, there were 2 different types of M's. One of them is actually an M, and the other is an E. So contrary to what you might initially think, the one that looks just like an M is actually E. I guess you could say it's sort of an E, but just rotated clockwise by 90 degrees. 90 degrees. But then there's the one that looks like a combination between an M and an X, which also appeared in the painting, but it was just a little hard to tell because of the low fidelity, like I said. So that is actually an M. So whatever this password is, it starts with an M and it ends with an E. And then we have that fish-looking symbol I talked about, and then the lowercase r, or half of an M if you prefer. So now that we know that it starts with an M and ends with an E, let's check what those other 2 were: the fish and the half of an M. Sorry, wrong button. And then we will have our solution. Oh, right, I forgot I was already here. Sorry. Okay, so the bottom right word is indeed woman. So the second letter is an O. The fish is an O. And then the half of an M is in the apple word, which is to say that that corresponds to an L. So now that we have all 4, I'm really, I'm really stretching this out, aren't I? But I just, I like showing this as if we were actually figuring this out for the first time, even if I know what to do. It's just fun. And truth be told, now that we're at this point in the game, I'm not too concerned about this stream going on for overly long. We already got over the biggest hurdle, like I said before, so I'm not really concerned at this point. So why not take a bit of time and explore and appreciate the little quirks and oddities of the game. Anyway, the letter starts with an M. The second letter, the word, the password, starts with an M. The second letter is an O. And the third letter is an E. Oh my god, I'm gonna restart. That went so poorly. The password starts with an M. The second letter is an O. The third letter is an L. And the final and fourth letter is an E. So it spells out M-O-L-E. Mole. As in the animal? Or like a person who's infiltrated like an organization or a group or something like that for malicious purposes? Hard to say for sure. But the password is definitely mole. Now, I will be taking this green herb, so I don't have to come back later. I can definitely fit it in there. My inventory, that is. Anyway, that's that. Let's move on to the next room. Anything to say? Nope. Alright. It's electronically locked. I see. What's this? A passcode panel. You don't have the passcode. You're right, I don't. Well, it looks like this is a very high security area, whatever's behind here. There's a surveillance camera. This very elaborate passcode panel. It doesn't look like the mole code goes into here, so we'll keep that in mind for now and see where else we can use it. I mean, the document did explain where you use it, but you know, it's good to cover your bases, try everything, of course. But yeah, whatever's back here must be important. Anyway, let's go back into the naked zombie hallway. I'll try not to kill him if I can, but it might be hard to avoid. Okay. Not as bad as I thought. And of course, seeing as they are zombies, they might be naked, but they're still just zombies. They move pretty slowly, which is fortunate. That looks to be the computer that was mentioned earlier. Nice. But I'll check the rest of the room first. Various devices and chemicals. Nothing useful. Nothing special. Nothing special. Nothing special. Well, there's something on the floor for sure. Let's pick it up. Will you take the slides? Okay. It seems to be some kind of research report. Very well. Let's see if we can make use of it later. Is there really nothing special anywhere in the room? Other than the slides. And the computer, I guess. Oh my god, Jill. I get it, you might... Okay. Various chemicals used for research. Nothing useful. I get it, you might not be an expert when it comes to these kinds of things, but do you really not have anything else to say? Is it the remake where there's ammo in this room? I might be mistaken. Not sure. Kinda looks like there might be something like shotgun shells in there, but I don't know. But what I'm thinking is that there should be some Magnum rounds in this room, and I would really love some Magnum rounds, so how about it? Or is that must be another version of the game again. Like I said last time, it's those differences between versions that throw me off. I know this game pretty well, but sometimes I remember that a thing is a certain way when it's actually the remake or something that is like that. Is there really not anything on this device with the two lights on it? It really looks like there's something on there. Like it really does. Huh. Guess not. Well, let's investigate the computer then. Actually, before I do that, I gotta say, I really love just everything about this computer. The sound effects, the charming low poly 3D that they use in this sequence. It's just great. I love it. Anyway, this computer is used to open the electronic locks. Will you turn it on? Umbrella? Huh. Okay, well, at least we know who the computer belongs to. So I love the impatient tapping of her fingers on the desk. It's fun. And Chris also has his own unique animation for this. It's just really charming. But yeah, we haven't heard too much about Umbrella, about what that is. It's actually in the Chris campaign where you learn a lot more about it, which is a bit of a shame. So you definitely, like, if you want to get the full story experience, you should definitely play through both campaigns. Even though they're very similar in many ways, there are some key differences that help expand on the lore, and you just get to see cool things that you didn't in the other run. But unfortunately, right now we don't know too much about Umbrella, other than that clearly it is a company of sorts. And of course, there was that note before that mentioned that white Umbrella, who had sent orders to lure the STARS members into the mansion to collect combat data from the bioweapons running rampant, among other things, such as destroying the laboratory where they were cultivated while making it seem like an accident. So there is that. So it looks like this Umbrella is definitely up to no good. If you don't know anything about Umbrella from the later games, or this one, I mean, mostly the Umbrella stuff is all in the later games. There's not too much of it here. But, yeah. It's, we'll leave that mystery for another day, regarding all the aspects the game doesn't go into. But whatever little crumbs it gives us, we'll take. Anyway, if memory serves, the login was the name of the researcher, John. Let's type that in. I just got a cramp. It's not nice. Doesn't feel too good. Hold on. Let me get this out of the way. Just a sec. There's not a lot of wiggle room here. Damn. It hurts like a mother. Oof. Man. There we are. Sorry. Anyway, yeah, John. Let's see if it works. Oh, and then the password, which is Ada. John and Ada. Type it in, Jill. Let's hope she knows how to use a computer. Seems to have worked. Basement door lock operation. Now, I believe in order to unlock B2, you need to use the password. I think that's what the document said. And you can unlock B3 without the password. So let's do that first. Accessing. Unlocked. I also like those animations where things go their way. Jill's like, then I think Chris is like, something like that. Anyway, time for B2. Let's see if we can unlock that as well. B3 was breezy enough, but this one requires a password. Permission denied. Well, this one doesn't take Ada, of course. I mean, we could try it. Let's try it for fun. You never know. No magic. I mean, okay. Yeah, we had to get one of those. It's just too good. Yes, yes, I know it requires a password. Just let me enter it. So, like we learned, is of course C-E-L-L. What? Damn it. I thought for sure that was it. Let's try a third time. Third time's a charm. Come on. That's a great track from Resident Evil Outbreak, by the way. Third time's the charm. Nice. Yeah. M-O-L-E. That should be it. Verified. And now both doors have been unlocked. Or rather, I should say, all the electronically locked doors of both floors, B2 and B3, have been unlocked. Yep. That's right. Great. Love that sequence. It's simple, but fun. The character animations really do add a lot. There's another one. We'll go in here for now. Because I'm thinking that if we have to go back into the visual data room upstairs anyway, we might as well collect a few more items and then deposit all that stuff. Since we're up there anyway. This should be open now, by all accounts. So I'm going to go here first. Yeah, I think I will kill them. I wouldn't want to reload the gun right now, because then I'll have to spend a lot of... that's not what I meant to say. I'll have to spend another 6 shells to gain access to the other ammo types. But, I mean, situation's kind of dire. I guess it has to be done. Their hands just, or arms, their whole arms just disappear when I shoot at them. There's more. I can hear you guys. Let's see if we can get 2 in 1. Fine. I mean, maybe we could have left one alive and survived somehow, but at this point, I think I'd almost rather save up health than ammo. We're not in a bad situation at all. And exploring this room in full with even one zombie alive would be, well, undead, I guess, would be tricky. Once again, in with the nothing special. Anyway, here's another document. Facts. This dog's spitting straight facts, bro. Well, okay, anyway, that was cringe. 2. General Manager of Sanitation Division. From Special Committee on Disasters, Raccoon Special Research Department. This memorandum is strictly confidential and must be destroyed as soon as it is understood. Well, I guess nobody understood it yet, seeing as how it's still here. Let's understand it. Regarding the T virus outbreak, which occurred recently, this committee conducted a field survey. According to the survey results, According to the survey results, estimates on the amount of damage caused by the accident are considerably greater than reported earlier. First, although it is very difficult to obtain accurate data in terms of actual numbers, it is thought that more than half of the researchers died after exposure to the T virus. The body count will most likely increase, since nearly all of the survivors show symptoms peculiar to the T virus. So it looks like we now have a name for whatever has infected all these researchers and creatures. Second, our security system is still in operation. However, our special security guard squad has been nearly destroyed. Because of that, research information considered by our company to be top secret has been made available to outsiders. Countermeasures should be taken as soon as possible. Finally, many of the subjects from the experiment have escaped and are out of control. Yeah, I think I've seen them around. We believe that some researchers were killed by these subjects and their bodies were mutilated. By curious coincidence, these events are proof of the success of our research. However, there is also a very high risk that this news may be leaked to the press if we don't act immediately. So in a way, it was a happy accident that the test subjects managed to escape, and in other ways not. Not all of them were mutilated by monsters, though. Some of that was done by me. I mean, just now I blew off the arms of four naked men. But they had already zombified, so, you know. Anyway. The condition is very serious. Our operation to cover up the situation is difficult to attain. However, we hope the problem will be solved quickly. We are especially concerned that the state police and STARS are intervening too quickly. We need to act on this situation as well. Well, whatever measures you may or may not have taken, STARS have arrived. Hello. Excite. 1998. Ink ribbons? That's right. I remember. Cardboard and posters, nothing useful. With posters like these, and all the men in the room here being naked, I can only imagine what must have been going on before the T virus outbreak. Did I actually name drop the T virus before we learned what it was called? I'm not sure. I might have done that by accident. Anyway, most of them are fiction books. Okay. Not research material. Nothing special. Do you think that looks somewhat like a GameCube? I don't. Well, I guess it should look more like a Sega Saturn. If you know, you know. Anyway, it's a passcode output machine. If I had an ammo disc, I could get the code. Well, I think especially knowing that we'll now have to come back here, it is fortunate that I killed all the enemies. How many free slots do I have? Oh, I have an ammo disc. Right. That would have been silly of me to just walk out when I already had everything I needed. Let's use it. Ready for some more religion in your Resident Evil game? Passcode number 1. By myself, I Anyway, I swear by myself, declares the Lord, that because you have done this, and have not withheld your son, your only son. To be continued, I guess. Genesis. I don't actually know how to read that out loud. I know what it means. It's a Bible verse, but anyway, I'll just say Genesis 22:16. So actually, it's written out here as well, and you can just barely make it out, but it is not word for word the same as here. So I guess there's no point in reading it, really. I mean, it would be, I guess, interesting to see what the differences are, but I'm not going to go out of my way to do it. Or am I? By myself, It is really hard to see. I'll move on to the next line for now. Because you have something only, and something withheld your son, your only son. I'm pretty close to figuring it out, but not quite there. Oh, because you have done this. Ah, yes. Because you have done this, and have not withheld your son, your only son. Okay, so that's the last two rows. And then we have, by myself, I have sworn, maybe? Says the Lord. I think that's what it says, yeah. Or very close to it. By myself I have sworn, says the Lord, because you have done this, and have not withheld your son, your only son. Genesis 22:16. Yeah, okay. Well, it's very close, very close. And I already have the passcode. So it looks like, even though we have 2 more ammo discs, we can't use them here. It seems to be single use, which sounds very, very, how should I put it, efficient and clever. A really good system overall. A single use passcode terminal. Now, let's see if we can enter it here. That's right, you've entered the passcode. But, from the lights we can deduce that 2 more remain. Which is to say, it looks like we have all 3 ammo discs. Well, now we just need to find some of those terminals. But now, let's go up into the visual data room and then deposit whatever extra stuff we have and don't need right now. Here's hoping the zombie isn't anywhere close to the stairs. The one up here, I mean. No, not really. I'll go in here for now, because I just don't really want to contend with that guy. But I'm worried that I might run out of space. But we'll see. Well, well. An intercom. It does not seem to be operative. Hello. Something has been dragged around the wall. Interesting. Unfamiliar physics symbols are written here. Don't you mean nothing special, Joe? A screen. There's a panel. Will you open it? Oh. What's the worst that could happen? still do something with it? No. That's okay. Any stuff on the table? It's really dark for me. I can't really see. I mean, obviously the device at the end of it, but any items? I could swear there's at least like one item in this room. Well, there is this. Power room key? Well, it's called the lab key, but I bet if we examine this, a strange mark is carved here. It becomes the power room key. Well, I can only assume that the P stands for power. Maybe it doesn't. But a power room was mentioned in the researcher's letter document. Cool, cool, cool. We'll definitely be able to make use of that, I'm thinking. I could swear there's like a first aid spray or something in this room, but maybe that's in the remake as well. Anyway, there might be something else here. Although, first, maybe... Let's take a look at this. A projector. Could the projector perhaps take some slides? Let's see. Umbrella Incorporated. Bioweapon Materials. MA39. Cerberus. So, there we have it. The official name for the zombie dogs. And this also reveals that their infection was no accident. They were always supposed to become bioweapons. But let's see what else is here. FI3. Neptune. It really is a shame that these guys were a little underutilized in the game. They only appear in exactly one area, and they don't pose much of a threat. They're like threatening, but they're really not that dangerous, all things considered. I mean, they're not dangerous to the point that I don't think I've ever taken a single hit from these guys. Like, I don't know how much damage they deal. I don't know if they have like a special kill animation or something. I don't know how much damage they take because I've never fought them, nor would I want to really, but you know, the game just never makes you even consider these questions because they're so easy to avoid, and that is a shame. I think the remake definitely, in certain ways it makes it better, in other ways it makes it worse. I'm of two minds about what they did with the aqua ring, but it is more elaborate, certainly. They definitely expanded that quite a bit, which is appreciated. Anyway, let's move on. My personal favorite, MA121, Hunter. And we don't see it here, but this is specifically the Hunter Alpha, the original model. Bastards. And finally, the T-002 Tyrant. This guy was mentioned in that White Umbrella Orders document as well. It was something like I think it was 2 embryos of each species of test subject should be procured before the destruction of the lab, other than the Tyrant. So there must be something quite special about this one, huh? And, well, it looks very humanoid, but I don't think that's a zombie. And I guess that's it then. Or is it? Bioweapon Research Institute, R&D staff. Interesting. One of those guys looks a little familiar to me. So, about that, I think it's really cool that there is a document in the game that um, tells you the names of all the purposeful BOWs that were created in this lab. Of course, it excludes ones like the web spinner and the tick, and of course many of the bosses as well. But um, it's still cool to get names for some of the monsters anyway, and it of course makes sense that they wouldn't give names for ones that were accidentally infected. Like that didn't include zombies. Zombies are super prevalent throughout the entire game, but it doesn't include zombies because that was an accident. They didn't want to make bioweapons out of humans. Well, well, not in this way anyway. Mm, but while that document is definitely cool, or that slideshow, it's also kind of sad because it's like it very tangibly shows you what kind of creatures they chose for their test subjects, and then they proceeded to completely uh, transform them into an unrecognizable form. Well, I guess that some of them do look pretty similar to their original counterparts, but it's still sad that they just took these innocent creatures and transformed them into monsters. It is a little bittersweet, I guess. Cool on one hand, but sad on the other. But there is one more shelf to take a look at, so let's see what's in there. Security system. There was a mention of this in the other document a little bit back, so let's see what we can glean from this. Basement level 1, helicopter port, which is what we saw earlier in that one room from the window in the mansion. Executives and government officials only on helicopter port. This restriction may not apply in case of an accident. So what that means is not that executives and officials can only be on the helicopter port and nowhere else, but what it what it means is that only those individuals can go to the helicopter port. No one else is allowed to use it. But in the case of an emergency, perhaps some exceptions can be made. Anyway, passage to the helicopter. No one is allowed to enter unless they are attended by a research consultant or security director. All others will be shot on sight. Okay. Unless there is an emergency, in which case I don't think it matters. Elevator. The elevator stops during emergencies. Okay, so if an emergency were to happen, the emergency escape would be opened, but at the same time, the elevator we used to come here would be out of order, so we can't go back the way we came, assuming that there will be an emergency, which we don't know just yet, but good to keep in mind. Basement level 2, visual data room, which is where we're in right now. Visual data room is within the control of Special Research Division. Keith Arving, the room manager, is designated to have jurisdiction over room usage. Keith Arving. Okay. Basement level 3. Prison. Sanitation Division controls the usage of the prison. So there's a prison. Good to know. Consultant researchers E. Smith, S. Ross, and A. Wesker. Must be present if virus is used. Triple lock door. We did see that earlier. No one is allowed to enter unless he presents... Does it have to be a man? No one is allowed to enter unless he presents all passcode documents. All passcode documents must be created on the specialized output machine by the chief researcher of each block. So it seems like we'll have to visit 3 separate areas to find all those terminals and get the passcodes. Power room. Only headquarters supervisors may enter. This restriction may not apply if the consultant researcher has received special instructions. Passcode output machine. No one is allowed to use the passcode output machine but the chief researchers. Basement level 4. Top secret. Regarding the progress of Tyrant after the use of the T-virus. Remaining document is unreadable. Basement level 4, huh? Very interesting. Nothing else there, I guess. So, no first aid spray for me, it looks like. Oh well, that was still a very fruitful visit, I would say. Very important information obtained. For sure. Ah, I thought he had gone away for a second. Now, that is difficult to get past. I really wouldn't want to take damage here. Ooh, maybe not. Maybe it's not that difficult. I'll probably be able to juke him, I'm thinking. Just go through the door. Now let's drop off some of our stuff. So the slides were used up. I think we could look through the slideshow again if we wanted to, but it's just it's good that it took it out of my inventory, so I don't need to worry about it. Not that we'd need it again, so you know I might as well put it in the box. But it's always a little bit more convenient that you don't have to. Okay. Still 3 shots in there. 18 in reserve. I'll definitely keep the power room key with me. I think I'll also bring one ammo disc. Yeah. I mean, I was supposed to drop off extra stuff, but I ended up coming out with more than I came in with. But I think it is for the better, in the sense that these are all useful items that I'll want to take with me. Yeah. Fujo. Now let's see if we can juke this guy again. And then let's find that power room. I mean, this time he'll be easier to juke because there's a lot of space here. You know what? It might actually be in my best interest to grab these herbs now, because I think I could be wrong, but there might be a point later on where they will be more difficult to take. So I think this might be my best chance. And really now, there's very few downsides to taking them and putting them away in the box right now. Because then they'll be available in every box, and, well, the next time I save, I'll already have put them in the box, so I don't have to worry about picking them up later. If things go awry and it becomes more difficult for whatever reason. So that's good. I think, you know, I was worried about my health situation, and of course we did go literally all of my health during the Black Tiger boss, but I would say we've recovered pretty well. I'm not going to go through all of these, but just going through them real quick. There's like, you know, green herb, green, mixed, red, green, and then I have one more green in my inventory. I mean, I did technically go through all of them, but I mean, like, I wasn't going to count them or anything. But there's still quite a bit, you know. I'm not too worried. I'm still a bit, or I shouldn't say still, because not too long ago I was more worried about my health than ammo. Particularly in that area with the 4 zombies in one room. The naked ones. But I would say at this point, seeing how much health I have, I'm perhaps a bit more concerned with my ammo situation after all. But you know, it's a constant balancing act. Sometimes you sometimes you'll want to go through. Oh no! Oh no! You're in the way there, buddy. I'll just do it. Let me in. It's locked from inside. Of course it is. You've used the power room key. And it can be discarded. But yeah, what I was about to say was that it's a constant balancing act. Sometimes there are situations where you'll want to use your ammo more, and sometimes you'll want to conserve it. So, you know, it's nothing new. It's just that the situation changed pretty quickly. Because, like, I feel like 15 minutes ago, I was like, I should probably conserve my health. And now I'm like, I don't need to worry about health. Come on. Anyway. Am I wrong in saying that in the PlayStation version, when you open that door, there's this pretty loud sound where it goes like, eh? There was nothing like that here, which is odd. I don't remember that being the case. It's a small detail, of course, but still. No. Now, because I've made a bunch of progress, I feel like I don't want to explore all this room has to offer. That's nice, though. I'll take the red herb. Because I'm a little worried for my safety, but let's take a quick look either way. Instruments for operation. Some are blood-stained. It's not hard to guess what might have gone on in this room. Here's shotgun shells, of course, which we sadly can't use. But am I wrong in saying that this is the first set of shotgun shells that we've seen since we abandoned the shotgun? So, I mean, that's not too bad. I really got pretty good use out of it in the end. I was worried for a moment there, but in the end, I would say, not bad. Anyway, I mean, you can see, looking at this, that there is a puzzle here, but I will not solve it for now, because I am worried for my safety. For reasons that we'll get into in a bit. So let's keep going for now. Nice juke, me. Thanks, me. Such sweet tones. Music to my ears. Literally. I will take some flame rounds, yes. And more herbs. Even more herbs. Yes. Lay it on me. I'll even take the blue. Why not? Why does it give you a blue at this point? I'm pretty sure there's literally no way to get poisoned at this point. That's weird. Anyway. This room actually looks pretty cozy. Like, maybe I could just take a bit of a nap. Maybe it would help me perform better in this upcoming final battle that is surely on the way. No more ink ribbons, huh? Well, okay. That's fine. Never mind. Let's put some stuff away. But yeah, this is the reason I didn't want to solve that puzzle. Well, part of the reason. Because I knew there was a safe room coming up. I wanted to save first. just in case, because you never know what might happen. It is really bugging me that I'm this disorganized with these, because normally I'm very particular. Like, not only do I arrange all the weapons in order, and all the ammo in order, all the herbs in order, or recovery items in general, and key items, I have very particular orders for each individual item within each category. Like greens will always go first, and then reds. Or is it reds first? No, it's actually reds first and then greens. And the logic behind that is that you'll spring for a red one less likely than a green one, so it's just less annoying to have to reorganize the items if you take something from the end of it, like the last green herb in the list, than if you take a random red herb from the middle, and then there's an annoying gap in the middle, and then you have to fill it up with another item. Yeah, I know, it's a burden, but I'm very particular about things like that, so normally I do that for sure, but for the interest of keeping this somewhat watchable, I guess, I won't do that. I will refrain. Anyway, where's my things? Flame rounds. The rest of my flame rounds. Actually, now that we're here, let's see how many slots we have available. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Well, I mean, 10 is a good few, but we're getting kind of close to filling up the inventory. I don't think it'll happen, but during normal runs where I pick up literally every item, it does happen. It actually does happen, and I have to get a little crafty sometimes. I actually kind of like it that the item box inventory is also limited. In every game after this, starting with 2, there's so much space, you'll never run out of it, and I think it's like it doesn't come into play until the end of the game, of course, even in this one, but I think it's just an additional little element that's pretty cool. So it is a shame that after this game we lose it, but of course it's not a big deal. Okay, and now we have 18 flame rounds. Not bad. Maybe we could get some use out of them. What do you say? We haven't used any flame rounds yet, so I'll make an executive decision here, and I'll put away these in favor of the flame rounds. And because I am obsessive, I'm going to reorganize my inventory like that, where the ammo and the weapon are side by side, because that just makes sense. I'll also bring 1 herb, just in case. I could take my what is it? The python. But even though I said I should use the 2 weapons I have left in a balanced manner, where I use a bit of both, I honestly feel like I have so many grenade rounds that I probably don't need to use the python at all. In case you don't know, I can reveal right now regarding how far along into the game we are, how close to the end we are, that this is the last new safe room that we hadn't yet discovered. So we've been to every safe room in the game now. So that should tell you that there isn't a lot left to go. Anyway, we'll definitely save. For sure. I did a lot between these last 2 saves. There wasn't anything too crazy going on, which is why, but still, it is definitely a good idea to save right now. My guess is that we're going to end this run with exactly 19 saves. Of course, I could go out of my way to make sure it's 19, but I won't do that. You can trust me, guys. I wouldn't lie to you. I didn't lie to you before in this stream either, or anything like that. So, you know I'm trustworthy, right? Anyway, that's not important. Let's get back in there, into the fray. No time to waste. Who knows? I might be able to go to sleep by, get this, 4 a.m. Crazy, right? Honestly, that's an unnecessary risk. I don't need to keep juking him. I could totally just kill him with a flame rod. And maybe I will when I come back. But for now, let's just keep going. Okay. So, I definitely left the ribbons in the box. Yep. Okay. So, you can see that there is some kind of hole up there towards the ceiling, quite high up, way higher than way too high for Jill to reach. So we got that is why I didn't want to go here before I saved. I couldn't even see that. Like I knew the general location of it, but I could not see that. I actually forgot you could just step on it. So I wasn't trying to watch out for it. Luckily, even if it's poison gas, it doesn't poison you. It just deals damage. But because I reacted quickly, I was able to avoid most, if not all of it. I think the way it works is that, I might have explained this before, because there was a poison gas room previously in the game, in the mansion, very early on in the first episode. I might have mentioned then that the way it works, I believe, is that when poison gas floods the room, each time Jill goes like, you take damage. And if she doesn't have time to do that, you don't take damage. And of course that didn't happen, so I think I didn't take any damage, but I still need to be careful. So anyway, we need to get this set of stairs over to that hole so we can see what's in there. But how do we achieve that? Well, because there's poison gas flooding into the room, or because poison gas floods into the room, if we press the button, which just so happens to be right where we need the not staircase, but the stairs to be, we need to find a way to block off the passageways so the gas can't get in here. That is exactly what we did with the previous gas room, so let's just employ that same technique, just in a slightly more difficult setup. I think what I'll want to do is to push this forward by as much as I can without actually placing it on the button. And then I can push this box forward, but not by too much, so we can still move it over. Yeah, that's perfect. There we go. Push it against that device, and then now we can put it over the grate where the poison gas comes from. And sometimes this can be a little finicky, but let's see if we got it right. Well, there's that. Got to see it. Maybe it happened last time as well, I'm not sure, but did that actually deal any significant damage? No, fortunately. And it also didn't poison us, because that is not a thing that happens. It just deals damage. And now we have to restart it because I got it wrong. I had a hunch it might be wrong because it can be very finicky. But yeah. There's nothing we can do but start again. So the problem with that was that one of the boxes was not aligned properly. I think this one's very straightforward. I mean, literally, you just push it straight forward. And that's it. It was this other box that was the issue. So let's be a little more careful with it. I think my problem was that I pushed it right against that green device. You should not have done that. Or you should not do that. So let's try again, but while being a bit more careful this time. Just push it. Thanks. There. Not as perfect as last time, but still pretty good. Well, perfect until I, put the poison gas into the room. Yeah, that's a lot better. More, please. Yeah, I feel like that's it. It's quite particular about how you need to place them. Yeah, great. So, okay, before we do that, actually, this grate here, it suggests that there might be another one of those over here. And I've always wondered, like, if you pushed the objects just right, could you perhaps be able to climb up here and find some secret? But I believe I've tried that at least once before, and it doesn't amount to anything, so that's a bit of a shame. It certainly looks like there's something there, like the game is hinting at it, but I don't think that's the case. So let's just go up. Let's see what's in here. There's an air shaft. Will you enter it? So it's not just a little compartment with an item in it. We can go inside. Okay, here we go. Looks like we've entered the morgue, which is always fun. This place seems to be a morgue. That's right. A passcode output machine. If only. Passcode number 2. Okay. Genesis 3227, I believe. I will... Let's not do it this way. This will take forever. I will surely bless you and make your descendants as numerous as the stars in the sky and as the sand on the seashore. Your descendants will take possession of the cities of their enemies. To be continued, I guess. Genesis 22:17. Okay. Got that completely wrong. Do you want that many children, though? Isn't like 1 or 2 enough? Maybe 0. Anyway. I will surely bless you. I think that's the same. And I will... It doesn't say make your... and I will... I think the word is cut off at the end of the first row, and it continues onto the second. Oh, hello. Different account this time, friend in chat. But that's neither here nor there. How dead am I? I would say not very. I'm doing pretty well. We're pretty close to the end of the game. I have made significant progress since where I last left off. And we're just doing some puzzle solving here. Figuring out some codes and fighting some enemies along the way when it's necessary. I would estimate that there's about, I don't know, an hour left or so. Of course, it depends on how well I do, but I'm not expecting things to get overly tricky at this point, which is a little weird because, you'd expect the game to get harder as it goes on, but I would say the hardest part is behind us already, which you did miss earlier in the stream, and I'm kind of glad you did because it was a bit of a doozy. Uh, I'm not sure what happened with your comment just now because I saw it for a bit there and then it disappeared. I mean, of course, it disappears in the stream chat box that you can see, but for me, there's a separate additional box in the recording software I use, and the comments normally never disappear from there, but it disappeared. If you switched accounts or something, I don't know. Maybe that's why, but well, I was able to read it anyway. I would give my deadness a rating of let's say 3. Not too bad. Not too bad. Anyway, I was in the middle of something very important here, so if you'll excuse me for a bit, I will surely bless you, that's right, and I will something your descendants as the stars of the heaven and as the sand that is getting tricky. Sand and as the sand something 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 seashore, and your descendants shall something something the cities of their enemies. Maybe like conquer or something. Okay, it's getting a bit too tricky. Maybe I'll just give up. We know the basic gist of it anyway. It's close, but not exactly the same. So that's code number 2. That's great. And we will not be able to use that terminal anymore. I will take that. Finally, some more Magnum rounds. Yeah, I guess that's about it. We can't go back the way we came, I believe. Nope. Right, so I managed to unlock this door from the other side. Yeah, no, that's cool. I'm just wondering why. I don't know if you were here just now when I was babbling, but your previous comment disappeared. I don't know if it's because you switched accounts or something, but I've never had that happen before. I mean, of course, they do disappear from the view you can see on your screen, right above me, over here. That's supposed to happen. But in my own view here in the recording software, I can always see the comments. They never go away, but your previous one did anyway. But just to answer that, if you weren't here, I would give my deadness rating a solid 3. Yeah, let's go with that. So not too dead at all. I'd say I'm doing pretty good. Oh, you deleted it. Well, that would explain it. Yeah, of course. Yeah. Should have guessed that. But yeah, I do know that you had that stream thing earlier, so I don't expect you to stick around till the end of this, but we are probably about an hour away from this if everything goes fairly smoothly, so we're pretty close to the end of the game. So that's pretty exciting. I'll try to pick up the pace a little so we're not here all night. But of course, if you just feel overwhelmed with tiredness, you can go to bed whenever. But I appreciate you sticking around for a little bit, either way. However long you decide to. Now though, let's kill this zombie that's in our way constantly. Come on. Maybe he doesn't want to die. Yeah, you can do that as well, of course. You don't have to watch consistently for the whole thing. just do whatever suits you best. I'll be here. Okay, let's try the flame rounds. Not only did I blow his arms off, but his head as well. Nice. That, if anything, is a waste. That is a huge waste to use flame rounds on a zombie. But I want to get use out of them before I am no longer able to. Oh, right. That wasn't even a flame round. That was a idiot. Whatever. What was I gonna do? Yeah, so that was an explosive round, so I guess that was like a crit hit or something, which is why his head blew up, maybe? Or maybe I just didn't notice it happening before. Either way, he is super dead. So a little more to add to the pile of my magnum rounds. That's great. Now that we've emptied the bazooka, we can put some flame rounds in. I think, you know, this might seem a little unnecessary, but I'll save again. We literally saved like 10 minutes ago, but I'll save again. We'll fill that up with flame rounds, so we'll get some use out of those, finally. We've had them for so long and never used them once, so let's do it now. Right after we've saved. Yeah. Okay, 6 more increments to go. That should be fine for the rest of the game. Maybe I'll save more than the 19 times I estimated previously, but certainly not 6 more times. Did the zombie disappear? No. He's in there. He's just pretty quiet. I forgot to take the ammo disc with me, so I'll grab that. Heading into the next area, I think it is definitely worthwhile. I just realized I don't have the map for this place yet. Not that I need it, but I'm just thinking, where do you get it? Because I'm pretty sure there is a map, but I honestly have no idea where it is. Huh. Did we get the map by just looking at the computer with the map on it? Yeah, it looks like it because it has areas highlighted that we haven't been to yet. Looks like there's quite a maze coming up next. But yeah, that's that. So we're in the laboratory, in case it wasn't clear. That is the final area of the game. Fittingly, the origin of all the evil. The breeding ground of everything we've faced so far. Anyway, this is where the maze is, so I guess that's our next destination. This place can get a little loud, so I apologize for the ear rape in advance. Try to survive. Try to, deal with it. There's not much I can do about it. Stop it. Stop it. That is not a hunter. Where'd he go? I need to get in there. Friend? I know I just said fiend, but I meant to say friend. There's the dead one on the ground. Mother... Stop. He was hiding in there. Stop. Oh my god. No, stop. Ah. I wasted 2 shells. That's not great. I won't save just yet, I don't think. So yeah, those, since that is another monster type that was never intended to become a bioweapon, it was just an accident, I can reveal that those things are called the Chimera. And that is the last new normal enemy type in the game. Yes, even at this point in the game, they're still hitting us with new enemy types. And those things are not fun. You saw they can hop up into the ceiling, try to attack you from there. They can hop down, and well, there's another attack they can do that that previous guy tried to, but missed. Maybe we'll see that as well. That's a fun one. And they can also, well, like you saw, they can hide pretty well. Like I thought for a second he had gone somewhere else, but he was still here. He was very quiet and just waiting for me to appear. But fortunately, the flame rounds are really good against these guys, so it's great that we saved some up for this. Well, literally all of the ones in the game, I guess. To be specific, a power panel. Some areas do not have power. Will you activate the blacked out areas? Yep. Shows the power supply status. So, the droning sound in here, it's not as loud as I remembered. Maybe it's louder in other versions, but it certainly is droning. So bear with me here while I navigate through the power area. Let's continue into the next room. I'm sure there's nothing bad waiting for us there. Did he die? No, I didn't think so. Little bitch. Okay, fresh out. Let's put in some more. I could hear another one in there. Oh no, I'm using the... Guys, I'm using the map! I'm actually using the map for the first time! Like, properly. Looks like I'm not a true gamer after all. But I do want to see the layout of this, because it is quite the maze, like I said before. I think I should be good if I head straight down. Nope. And hey, here's the last passcode terminal. Here you go. Passcode number 3. Genesis 32, 20, I don't know, 8, 6, 5. And by your descendants shall all the something of the earth, something, because you something my value. And through your offspring, all nations on earth will be blessed, because you have obeyed me. Genesis 22:18. So not 32:28, but it was an 8. And by your descendants shall all the nations of the earth bless themselves because you have obeyed my value. Ah, yes, okay. So, and by your descendants, and by your descendants shall all the nations of the earth bless themselves because you have obeyed my value. The second one was tricky to read. I'm kind of bummed out that we weren't able to decipher that one, but I'm not going to spend too much time on it. You can do it in your own time if you like. It doesn't help that because I'm recording, the gameplay on my end looks a bit worse than it normally would. It looks better for you for sure, so maybe you'll be able to read it easier. Chimera! Oh, Chimera! No. Well, would you like to do something? Uh, whew. Okay, nice. It was very kind of him to wait for me to orient myself. Okay. Last room of the maze. Here we go. Sounds safe for the moment. But then there was that one chimera in the first room that tried to hide from me, so can't trust it. This is whatever this is a big device, by the way. A power connection switch. The elevator power is off. Right, there was well, let's go through this first. Will you connect it? So, I don't really want to go back, but I'll show the map again just to illustrate a point. Back in the area, that three-way corridor with a safe room in it, right next to the safe room there is an elevator that you can see on the map in the upper right corner, protected by a zombie. Because the zombie is there, I didn't go there to check it out, but if we did, Jill would have said something to the effect of the elevator is not working or doesn't have power or something like that. So here is where we can connect the power. I would go and examine it just to see what she says, but I mean, I know what happens, so, and what happens is nothing, so I'm not going to go back to that. But let's connect this. Please. The power for the elevator is activated as the power supply and the circuit have been connected. Okay. What's in here? Nothing. Okay. I heard that. I heard that. Don't tell me I misheard. I won't buy that. It's a triggering system activator. It's quite big. Yep. I don't think we want to touch that. If this triggering system is what it sounds like it is, definitely don't want to touch that for now. Maybe I really did hear things. Okay. Well, that's it for the maze. And what's fortunate is that because I managed to kill all the enemies, we can now go back without having to worry about anything. Now I would say though that before we take the elevator to wherever it wants to take us, we should probably um, go and deposit the codes we got. We've only input one so far, but I'm very curious to find out what's behind that door. So now that we have all 3 codes, let's do it. So there's the elevator. Let's not go there just yet. Now the zombie might actually be gone, which is convenient. I would very much like that. But let me just check my stuff, just in case. I'm not going to save just yet or anything, but I do want to check that everything's in order. I could heal. I could definitely heal. Or I could just keep this heal on me, I suppose. Yeah, I think I'm good. I'll save the heal for a bit later because I'm not in a bad spot. I'll keep it for a rainy day. Not that I'm running short on heals exactly, but you can never be too safe. Weird. It's pretty weird playing it safe when you don't heal. But whatever. I feel like that's what I should do, so that's what I will. There's more. More naked men. Somehow I managed to get past all of them. Might be tricky, doing it again, though. There's passcode number 2 and passcode number 3. And now the door is unlocked. But what could be waiting for us in there? Exciting. So, previously when this music played, I said it might be the last time, but this is actually the last time this music plays. Unfortunately. But the game does have another new track for us to play right now.
Jill? Is that you, Jill?
Oh, Chris, you're alive!
Chris!
Of course. Damn it, we're in quite a predicament, Jill.
I know, Chris. Anyway, I have to open this room. It doesn't work. Well, Chris, I'll be sure to come back and help you soon. Will you wait here?
Well...
Thanks. I'll be waiting here for you.
I'm pretty sure there's literally nothing else he can do, seeing as how he's locked up in that prison cell and everything. I was wrong. The music doesn't play yet. It comes later, so we get to enjoy this for a little bit longer. Not that the other music track is bad or anything. I just really like this one. The door is slightly locked. Okay, so, Chris Redfield, our comrade from the very beginning of the game, the opening cutscene, who we haven't seen since the opening cutscene because he went missing, is alive. And apparently he's been locked up in here for the entirety of the game. And of course, this is Chris, the other protagonist, so if you decided to play the game as Chris instead of Jill, things would obviously have turned out very differently. I mean, it probably wouldn't make for a great campaign if you spend the whole time in a prison cell. Either way, he's there, he's alive, and well, by the looks of things. But we need to find a way to get him out of there. I guess we need a key then. Well, I'll definitely be coming back. Because of course, we have to save our comrade. Not that he contributed anything to anything. He's just been here this whole time. But you know, he's a good guy. We wouldn't want to leave him behind. Okay, so that's the prison area that was mentioned in that previous document. Interesting. But who put him in there? Who locked him up? How did he end up in there? Come on! Well, that was one of those trade-offs. I could have fired a flame round, or I could take damage. And I guess I chose to take damage. Well, I didn't choose to take damage, but I did. Now I might want to heal. So is there a zombie here or no? No. Now, I have this feeling that it might be a good time to save the game again. I think I'll heal with this to start. Yeah, that's okay. And then... Okay, let's drop the act, because this is the nature of the challenge. I feel like I should say there's a boss fight coming up. And I have been thinking about this while I've been playing. I guess I could have, voiced my thoughts as well, so you could take part. But, yeah, I think I'm going to use the bazooka for this boss, because even though I still have tons of ammo, like, let's look at all my ammo. I have 12 acid rounds. I have 18 explosive rounds. And 11 flame rounds, which is a lot. And it is a lot to throw away as well. I feel like the cold python would serve me better in the final battle. Maybe. Hard to say for sure. Honestly, I feel like both are totally viable options. There isn't a huge difference in terms of difficulty. But I feel like it might be slightly better for me to take the Magnum for the final boss. Then again, that's how I usually do things, so maybe for the purposes of this challenge, it would be interesting to switch things up a bit and take the Magnum for the next boss instead. Let's do that. Cold Python, Magnum rounds. Although it is a bit of a shame that we haven't used the... Well, okay, we did use the Magnum once before, I suppose, if you want to count that. It would be great to get more use out of it, that's for sure. Well, no, I think this is still for the better. But we should definitely bring some health with us. Let's say... I feel like that's enough. It's probably enough. I'm not feeling too concerned with this, cold python by my side. And then, of course, we need the increments. Could heal up to full, I guess. Might be smart, but I think I'm okay. I think I'm okay. Now, let's save again. Well, here's my 19th save. It might actually be 20 rather than 19, but pretty close. I think 20 is a more satisfying number, so I'm not upset about it. Honestly, I don't really feel like I need to even get rid of those ink ribbons. I think I'm good. Now, I'll be honest here. Going into the next boss with the Magnum Revolver is, it's overkill. This will not be difficult at all. So, let's do something fun before we head in. You don't always have to move me into a different camera angle, so I'll miss it every time. Come on. You know what? I'll take it. I want to actually catch it once. Okay, okay, here we go, here we go, here we go. Take this. Clean off. I really don't have to kill this last one, but I'll do it just for fun. Ooh, now we'll get a good close-up shot. Come on, shuffle on over this way. I just realized we'll be getting a close-up shot of this naked zombie, but, well... whatever. There. Nice one. You know what? I'm so confident in my ability to handle the next encounter that I'll even kill the zombie from up here. Now, I don't remember if the same zombies you leave here remain later or if new ones spawn, so this might be redundant. But I'll do it because I can. I'll do it while I can as well. Thanks for that. There you go. My return gift to you. And now that's probably all we're gonna get out of this cool gun outside of the next boss, which is unfortunate. There was that little incident before, so there is that at least. But oh, cool. Okay, some of them spawn back in, but not all. Yeah, not the smartest use of my ammo, that's for sure. But yeah, anyway, I'm still not very worried. Now let's go for the elevator, finally. There's no reaction. It has no power. Now, okay, yeah, so we get the same reaction from her, regardless of the fact that we already put the power on. And the reason she says this, it's pretty confusing, but what it really means is that you need to turn the power on by using this switch right here. Yep.
Jill!
Barry? Hey there. Long time no see.
Jill! You're here too!
Yes, you're here
You're
too?
here too?
Look, I lost my way.
It's okay, Barry.
Let's
You're here
get
now.
going.
I wouldn't have it any other way. You and me side by side. It's the only way to be. Get ready, Barry. Things are about to get dicey. What could be lying in wait?
Wesker?
Wesker?
You did a fine job, Barry.
Barry?
Just as I thought.
I think you should stay away from Barry, Jill. I hear that his wife and 2 daughters will be in danger if he doesn't do everything I tell him to.
You are so cruel.
Well, you don't have to worry about anything, because you'll be free from this world very soon, Jill.
Is that right?
Why do you have to destroy stars?
That's Umbrella's intention. This laboratory has been engaging in dangerous experiments, and recently an accident has occurred.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, this disaster cannot be made public.
That's why having stars nosing about is so inconvenient.
I see.
So you're a slave of Umbrella now, along with these virus monsters.
I think you misunderstand me, Jill. To me, the monsters you mention mean nothing. I'm going to burn all of them together with this entire laboratory. I must complete my mission as ordered by Umbrella. Barry, go up on the ground and wait there.
Barry.
Barry!
Don't do this to me, Barry. I
Barry's
thought
such
we
a
were
fool.
friends.
He'll be under the control of Umbrella forever.
How come both Umbrella and you can intimidate him by taking his family as hostages?
Umbrella? Well, I intimidated him, but it had nothing to do with Umbrella. I just used him for my personal purposes, though both you and Barry seem to think I was following orders from Umbrella.
So you're planning something else?
If you succeeded in developing the world's most powerful biological weapon, what would you do? What if you were in charge?
You must stop this now.
You're a brave girl, but if I were you, I wouldn't give up such a big discovery. You guys are idiots. No one understands its real value.
What is it?
So you're going to steal
Wesker?
all the research?
Better yet, I'm going to show you the tyrant.
The tyrant.
Oh!
Barry?
Barry!
Sorry, Jill.
How is your family?
I was listening to what you and Wesker were talking about. I wish I realized it earlier. I thought it must have something to do with Umbrella, you know. So it's all been masterminded by him.
But it's good that you know that now. Anyway, let's get out of this house first.
Jill,
Yes, what?
do you have any idea what Wesker was going to show you at the back of this place?
I'm not sure if I want to know.
Well, he was talking about the world's most powerful biological weapon, called Tyrant or something, I think.
Do you think we could see Tyrant now?
Barry, you're
Barry,
so
you're
optimistic.
so optimistic.
It would look bad for stars if we let such a dangerous creature run loose.
I suppose.
Maybe you're right. Let's go then.
Well, that was a loaded cutscene, but no time to dwell on it now. It's still going. Meet the tyrant.
Can a creature like this really be the ultimate biological weapon?
Really? Wesker is a crazy man.
Seems like it.
Tyrant is not completely developed.
But we can't let it live. That must be the computer for monitoring this creature.
What are you thinking, Barry? Make sure you know what you're doing before you do it. So we don't end up with a boss or anything like that. You sure you know what you're doing, right? You still have the situation under control, right?
Damn you!
Right? Barry, watch out! He's coming for you! Barry!
It can't control what it does.
Well, it's time for the 5th boss, everybody. Tyrant. But Barry, are you okay? Are you okay? Barry, are you dead? Hi there. Damn, that was, well, let's not dwell on that. Kinda hard to see. Need to find a better angle. Not having auto aim makes this a little bit more difficult than it otherwise would be. I missed again? Oh, that one hit him. Okay, damn. I can't do that. I can't see anything. Don't come this way. Sure don't have tons of ammo, but maybe it'll just be enough. I guess there's no point in trying to aim at him anywhere but here. This is a good spot. Did I miss all those shots? What am I doing? I don't know, I just went for it. It's a monster. Does it need pants? Second question, please. Man, I am missing too many shots. I have many things to say about that, so let's get into that in a little bit. I'll just finish this fight first. He's actually not wearing a shirt. His upper body is just darker. There was like a higher def cutscene just now where you could see him more clearly, and he's not wearing a shirt. His heart is exposed even, like you can see it pulsating on his chest. It's a little hard to tell with these graphics, but he is not wearing any clothes. I agree, if he was just wearing a shirt like Donald Duck or something, that would be weird. Hey. Thanks. Man, I was cutting it kind of close there. Okay, I'll answer your question now, and then we'll keep going. So yeah, no real trouble with that boss, apart from the fact that I feel like I missed a ton of shots, but we were still able to do it, and with not too many bullets left to spare them, so that's actually pretty good. We got some decent use out of it in the end. After all, anyway, yeah, was this game scary when I first played it? Yes, but not all parts of it. It's very selective. There was in the previous stream, I think all the scariest bit of the game appeared. It's the part where you go back into the mansion for the second time. You were there for part of it, but not all parts. But I would say that whole sequence where you go back into the mansion a second time, and new enemies have populated the rooms and hallways. I think that's the scariest part of the game because the monsters in there, the hunters, are so deadly. Completely different from anything you've encountered up until that point in the game. And then there's bits and pieces that are scary, like the guardhouse basement is a pretty scary area, and well, also the mansion basement. Not much happens there, but the music makes it scary. But it's like it's been so long since I last found this game scary that it's kind of hard to imagine. Still the hunters get me tense for sure, but I wouldn't say I'm scared. It's more so just that I'm like on edge and trying to be as careful as possible. And sometimes I can get a little panicked when things go poorly. But yeah, that first time I was definitely scared, but not for a good few years. As for your third question, that is a yeah, that is a thing I've wondered myself as well. Yes, it's very strange. Although I guess it would be stranger if he came out of the shower wearing a towel like over his shoulders or something, only, and the rest of his body is just naked. I don't know. Something about it kind of works, in my opinion, even though it doesn't make any sense. It is weird, I will admit. Anyway, Barry, are you okay?
Barry? Barry?
Don't be dead. Come on. We can't lose you. He's alive.
You're alive!
Are you okay, Barry?
I'm really embarrassed. I was clumsy.
A little bit, yeah.
Let's get going.
Okay, now that Barry's okay, all's good. We beat a boss and everything. Things are going great. It looks like the control device for this room. Anything else of note? So, for the supposed ultimate life form that Wesker has slaved away over this whole time, sure wasn't too ultimate. The only thing that made it seem more daunting than it really was my very, very poor marksmanship, missing like half my shots. Yeah, I would agree, for sure, yeah. You basically hit the nail on the head there. Logic-wise makes no sense, but it does convey that he just came out of the shower. So in that sense, it works. Before we move on, because things are going to get hectic from here on, because we're nearing the very end of the game, I just want to quickly mention some of the stuff that happened in that string of cutscenes. So it turns out that the traitor in our Stars team is none other than Albert Wesker, our captain. And he has been working here for the pharmaceutical company Umbrella Incorporated, or rather Umbrella Corporation, which is the actual name of it. That is an error that is clarified in some of the later games. And he has been working here in the mansion's secret lab this whole time on the T virus, on all these monsters running around in the corridors that we've been fighting this whole game, and of course, most importantly, the ultimate life form, supposedly Tyrant. And he managed to trick Barry into believing that his wife and daughters were being held captive by Umbrella, which is why he agreed to go along with Wesker's plan to wipe out the Stars team by luring them into the mansion to use as test subjects against these monsters they've developed. But then when Barry found out that it wasn't actually Umbrella behind it, but it was Wesker's doing, kidnapping his family, he knew that simply by taking Wesker out, he could get them back. Because if Wesker's out of the picture, they're safe. And, well, Safe to say, I forgive him because he was put in a very tight spot there, essentially forced to work for the bad guys because he thought his family was in danger, but now it turns out that he was majorly overblown. The threat that his family was under. So now it's the two of us again, Jill and Barry, back together. Anyway, let's go. It's time to leave all this mess behind us. And go home. What do you say, Barry? With Tyrant killed and everything. Oh, Wesker's gone.
What happened to Wesker?
Wesker must have set it off. There's not much time left for us.
So the triggering system has now been activated. And in this version of the game, apparently, the audio quality is so muddled you can't really hear what the woman is saying, but the line goes, "The triggering system has now been activated. All researchers and guards should take cover immediately." And then it just repeats. And then maybe something about unlocking doors or like emergency passageways, something like that. I'm not sure. Anyway. You go ahead, I'll be right there. Oh. Well, let me go see real quick if there's anything of note. Because you normally can't explore the hallway leading into the most secret of all the labs, of all the secret labs. So let me just check it real quick. In some versions of the game, or some maybe in the Chris playthrough or something, there's definitely stuff here, but maybe not. Maybe it's in the remake. I don't know. Not here though. Well, it was good to check it out nonetheless. Cover all bases. Anyway, let's go. The place is about to blow. We gotta go. That rat bastard Wesker trying to take us out. Cowardly like this. Running away and then setting off the self-destruct system. Is that all he's got? Anyway, now is, I think, a good time to take a final look at our items. But first, of course, we must get rid of the Colt Python. It served us well in that one boss fight, mostly. But it was fun while it lasted, either way. Thank you for your service. And then, there is only one weapon left we can use, and that is the bazooka. Our final weapon. The weapon we will be using for the final boss. So might as well pretty much just grab all the ammo we have. Where is it? There. And there. Of course, I mean, there's a lot of it, but it also takes up a lot of inventory space, so I think what I'll do is I'll heal up to full. Of course, I'll equip this. And because I don't want things to go awry at this point, I think I'll be a little boring. And I'll save. And then I'll save again after I've done a thing. And sadly, yes, we will end up with 21 saves, which is not as satisfying as 20, but hey. What can you do? What can you do? We should, of course, get the hell out of here right now, before the place blows, but I think we might have time for just one other thing. as for context regarding why I'm going here, let's say Jill is trying to find a way to stop the triggering system. That's not the reason I'm going here, because it can't be stopped anymore, but let's go see what's up either way. Do I have flame rounds equipped? Yes. Nice. What do we have here? What a miserable death. It is hard to see, but there lies Wesker on the ground, dead, killed by this chimera monster. Triggering system activation admitted. First degree emergency issued. Unlock all blocks. Triggering system deactivation impossible. Well, that's the end of Wesker. Not the most, I don't know, cool way to go, but hey, at least he managed to set off the triggering system, if nothing else. Goodbye, Wesker, I guess. And now, there's nothing to do but to get out of here. There he's waiting. Oh, and Chris as well. Can't forget. Right, yeah. I was thinking like, where's the key for the cell? But then I realized all the routes have been unlocked, so all the doors and such. So the prison door should be open. Let's go see. So I really didn't need to save before that, I suppose. Okay. Now I'll set up my final inventory, because this is the last time we will be saving. A bit of a redundant save, that last one, but couldn't have known how that was gonna go. So it happens. I almost don't want to take these flame rounds with me because they're taking up an extra slot I could reserve for health. And they're taking up an extra slot I could use to bring more health, because I do have some. Okay, I have way too much stuff in my inventory right now. Red herb, green herb. Let's make a mix. Yes. Then do I still have another red? I could take it with me for sure. Yeah. I'll have to drop that for a bit. Another green. You can also just mix greens to make better heals, which I might do, but yeah, sure, why not? Might as well bring basically all my stuff with me. This is the last time to use it. Could mix 3 greens to make a full heal, but sure, yeah. Why not? Since I can. It's a new item, so let's take a look at it. It's a mixture of 3 green herbs. And despite the fact that they're all green, somehow they turned gray. Okay. Definitely no blues. Hmm. Two full heals here. Yeah, okay, so I think what I'm gonna do... Yeah, okay. Here's the deal. I'm gonna do this. Gonna fill it up with flame rounds. I'll leave the rest behind. And then I'll bring all the health I have left. Don't know if I'll need it, but can't hurt. 2 green mix, and then finally... not that. And then finally... these 2 mixed herbs, but of course I also need space for the ink ribbon, so I'll take 1. I'll actually do this. Leave that behind for a bit. Let's put it like up here somewhere for easy access. And then I'll take that. Okay. I could actually grab the last herb mix from the next box, I suppose. There is another box. No typewriter, but a box for sure, so let's just do that. I can't remember, sorry, I mean, can't forget, specifically, about Chris. Now, luckily there aren't zombies anymore in this corridor. However... he didn't die? Oh, that was nasty. Yikes. Uh-oh. I don't want to use these heals. Okay. Didn't go great, but I'll take it. Okay. Almost there. Luckily, we still do have those flame rounds because they are pretty good against the Chimera. Anyway, as for that music I promised earlier, here it is. And the door is indeed open. Maybe you even heard this track before. Who knows?
Oh, Jill!
Sorry for keeping you waiting.
So everything is done?
Well,
Pretty much.
almost, yes. Now let's go.
And now every remaining STARS member has been reunited. Except for Rebecca Chambers, who we have not seen a single time, despite the fact that she also took part in this mission. Oh well. Now I forget if it's in... Yeah, okay. I forget if it's in this version of the game or some other one, like maybe the remake, but I believe there's an Easter egg in one of these versions, or I know there's an Easter egg in one of these versions where you can aim at the screen, and if you fire, there's actually this special effect that plays. I would show it but I don't think you can do it with the bazooka anyway, and I am not sure if it's in this version of the game. But just know that it's a thing. So nothing hidden in here, I guess. I think that's a remake thing as well, probably. Hiding some ammo in the corner. Oh well. But yeah, that scene is, it's short, but it is sweet. I like the music and all that. Well, Chris, let's go. Sorry. Let's go. Is what I meant to say. It's time to get out of here.
Let's go.
Let's go. We're so close now. Nothing to do but escape, and because of the emergency, the escape route has been unlocked. I knew he was there. I didn't say anything on purpose. They do repopulate it with zombies. Okay, fine. There's more than 2, actually. Take that. A bit of a waste, but I feel like at this point it might be okay. No, don't use that. Acid rounds, please. The better ones of the 2. Yeah, I'll definitely be able to avoid him. Go. 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 Thank you. Let's go.
Let's go.
Where'd you get a gun, Chris? I never gave you one. Anyway, now that we can't save anymore. Why didn't I save after I went to get Chris? Let's add a little bit of tension to this final part of the challenge. I'll go in without saving, and we'll see what happens. Okay? Alright, I moved it there. And now, because I have one extra slot, I can... I screwed up. I screwed up. Not majorly, but there was a way for me to bring everything I have, but it actually doesn't make sense to take these. I can't bring them with me. I need one free slot. Oh well, I'll have to make do with the 30 shells I currently have, and the 4 full heals, which should be enough, but we'll see. I'm not so much worried about running out of ammo or health, but more so about the fact that it's going to be more tense now.
Hurry!
Of course. More tense now that I stand to lose some progress. Because I could have saved a bit later than I did, but I just, for some reason, I forgot to do that. Or forgot that I could do that. The elevator does not work. Anyway, we weren't going there anyways, so let's go, boys. It's time to leave this dump. Onto the emergency escape path. Boys, follow me.
This is Brad. Running out of fuel. If there is anyone alive, contact me now, okay? This is your last.
So he's still hovering around out there. Good to know, good to know. I'll try this one more time, because I don't think we'll get another chance. The battery is still charged. Okay. Never mind then. I mean, we found out previously it doesn't work, so whatever. Or that we can't send messages with it. Hello. Or rather, I should say, we can't contact anyone with it. The battery is pulled out. What are we gonna do? I believe it said the exact same thing with the previous battery, even though that was for a completely different thing. But technically that was an elevator as well, so it works. One more thing. There's no reaction, it has no power. Mm-hmm. I think I know what gives.
There is 3 minutes until explosion.
3 minutes.
Oh no, you must be kidding! After you've come all the way here!
Ladies first. Go first, Jill.
But Chris!
Give me a chance to play nice guy.
Okay, I leave it up to you.
Well, you
See
haven't
you get at the heliport.
done anything all game, so sure. Don't die. But what could be waiting for us at the heliport? An easy escape? Brad just there like, hey Jill, come on in. And that's the end. Or maybe it's Wesker coming back from the dead for revenge. Maybe not. We'll see. Now, time is of the essence, of course. There's no time to waste. There's always time to look at this. I can signal Brad with this. Excellent. It's time to go home. Can I investigate this? There's no need to go downstairs now. I guess. Okay. Come in, Brad. We're still alive down here. Some of us, anyway. There he comes. Oh, sorry. Brad, come on, I'm here. Time's a ticking. Hurry up, Brad. Any day now. I'm here. Huh. Looks like Tyrant's back for round 2. Hey there. And with only a minute and a half to do it. Up. Yeah. Come on. Come on. Up. That's gonna hurt. But how much? Yikes! He does a number. He sure does a number. That was good. Why did I do that? That was dumb as hell. I can still tank a hit or two. Don't do that. Don't do that. Oh my god, it's so hard to aim. Oh no, only a minute left. He's coming. thing about this boss is to just stay as close as possible to him. If you get...
It's coming! Jill! Kill that monster! You're our Amazon, Jill!
Amazon? Okay. Okay. Well, what I was gonna say was that you want to stay close to him because if you get too far, he'll start running, and it's just harder to avoid his attacks then when he gets more aggressive. Well, that was fun. Right at the end there.
Resident Evil.
Well, I guess that did make it more tense. Not saving just before the final boss. Well, let's just get back in there. Obviously, we're not quitting now. That's very doable. I just need to be more careful. Maybe I should actually just heal, a little too soon, just to play it safe. Thanks for that, game. Anyway, yeah, I'll try to play this a bit smarter now. Should I just run past the Chimera? Maybe not. Well, that was a lot better. I know you're in there. Stop. What? Where'd he go? Weird. Well, that did go a lot better. Am I like hallucinating? There were definitely two of them previously, right? Like I fought two, and then there was that third surprise one behind that one corner. Like it was definitely three total, right? Weird. Anyway. Hi, Chris.
Oh, Jill!
Sorry for keeping you waiting.
So everything is done?
Well, almost, yes. Now let's go.
We're so close, Chris. I can taste it. Okay. Let's step it up. I'll be better this time. More careful. I will say right now, I will admit, I have never been good at that final boss. It's mostly just me tanking hits. That's how it's always been. I mean, I know the basic idea of what you're supposed to do. Let's go.
Let's go!
I know the basic idea of what you're supposed to do. Like, obviously... Sorry. You're supposed to steer clear of his claw hand. Like I said before, stay fairly close to him. Not too close, but also not too far. Because if you're too close, obviously... he can easily attack you, but if you're too far, he aggroes and then comes at you with all of his might. So there's a balance to be found for sure. It's good. What the? Hold up. When has a zombie ever survived a hit from a bazooka? Especially something as powerful as a flame round. Jeez. I did the stupid thing again. Whatever. I could have kept the bazooka empty. I could have put in the flame rounds and then taken them with me for the final boss. But of course, there is the matter that I'm not sure if the flame rounds are better against the final boss or not. Honestly, I'm willing to bet that they're not. They're pretty situational. They're good against bugs. They're good against plants. That's about it.
Let's go.
I mean, they're pretty good against everything. Yeah, they're pretty good against everything, but I would not say they excel in this final boss. Anyway, now let's put these away, and this time I actually have a decent bit more health. Not bad. Let's go. It's a little annoying that we have to watch these watch all these cutscenes again. But sadly, you can't skip them, so not much I can do about that. But we will beat it this time.
Hurry!
For sure. Let's go. Let's go. I'm such an idiot. Yes, please. Yeah, I'll probably put this away. It's not like the problem previously was that I ran out of recovery items. It's just that I didn't manage to heal before I died. But yeah, that's better. That's better. Now let's finish this.
Hurry!
Okay, guys. Round 2.
This is Brad. Running out of fuel. If there is anyone alive, contact me now, okay? This is your last.
There's 3 of us left here. And Rebecca somewhere, maybe. Hard to say. But please, Brad, don't leave just yet. Am I in the right spot? No.
There is 3 minutes until explosion.
Oh no, you must be kidding! After we've come all the way here!
Ladies first. Go first, Jill.
But Chris!
Give me a chance to play nice guy.
Okay, maybe
Okay, I leave it up to you. See you again at the heliport.
you better make it. But yeah, what I was gonna say is that maybe I won't be able to go to sleep by 4 a.m. after all, because seeing as how it's 3:55 currently. But you know, it's a lot better than ending the stream at like 6. So I'll take it. And technically, if we count the game as having been completed once I fire the final shot at the final boss, I could beat this before 4 a.m., so that's a possibility. But we'll see. Well, there are the loading screens and then like using the flare through the inventory and stuff like that that eats up a little bit of that time, but I just might make it. Okay, I'll be more careful this time. I'm not looking forward to watching this cutscene again, though. Hurry it up, Brad. I do like that it adds to the tensity when, you know, the clock is ticking down as this happens, but if you have to try this a couple of times, it gets annoying when it's like, it's a good 30 seconds before anything happens, and you have to watch it every time. There's no skipping it. There's a different door there at the back. Where does it lead? Ooh, is that the welded door? Does the door in the courtyard that you got to from the underground tunnels, does it lead there? The door that was welded shut? Huh, maybe. That might be the case. I'm not gonna go look at it now, but I'm thinking that might be the case. Don't do it, Tyrant! Don't combo me. I'll heal. I'll heal. Man, it is hard to hit him. Stop. I'm still okay. Famous last words. Well, I did manage to hit him, but at what cost? Fine, I'll use it. Can I hit him from here? Let's try. Ooh, nice. Whoop, don't combo me. Okay. Sound effect was a little light. That was risky. Oh, it worked out. Oh. Okay.
It's coming! Jill! Kill that monster! You're our Amazon, Jill!
Yeah. Of course he'd push me all the way over here, away from the rocket launcher. The 7th weapon in the game, which sadly I have to use to beat the final boss because that is literally the only way you can. Will I take the rocket launcher? Well, it sort of in a way breaks the rules of the challenge, but this is literally the only way to end the game. If the kill shot is not from the rocket launcher, there is no kill shot. You cannot kill him through any other means, so I will have to break my rules for this, just this once. But I always knew this was going to happen. This is just an extra little stipulation that I didn't want to get into too early, because I mean it's not very like, it wouldn't be fun to spoil for people that don't know that there's going to be a 7th weapon at the end that you have to use to get the kill shot, so obviously I didn't want to put that into the rules at the start of the challenge. But yes, that is the case. That is very commonly the case in these games. So yes, I will take it and break my own rules. Thank you for that, Brad. At least you're contributing. One shot can destroy any target. And we have 4. Yeah, thanks. Look at that. Nice. Oh, Tyrant. You're not ready for this. No. What's my health at? Play it safe. I'll play it safe. Gotta get some distance between us. I want him to run at me. It'll look cool. Oh. No. This might be the death of me, trying to end it in a cool way. No, don't do that. Let's go! Eat it, Tyrant! Well, he's not coming back from that. And that's the game. Here he comes. Right, get us out of here quickly. It's gonna blow in like 20 seconds. And there it goes. Arclay Mansion up in flames. Chris, you did nothing. Honestly. Why are you so sweaty? You did nothing. Jill's rightfully dead tired. But you did nothing. Anyway, now as a final reward for having finally bested this dastardly odd couple challenge, here is Still Dawn. And some cool alternative camera angles for some of the scenes in the game. Some scenes we didn't even see, like that balcony scene with Barry. Oh my god. I'm still pissed off about that. Oh, that's interesting. In this scene with Barry in the underground tunnels, they actually showed a hunter in a scene where in this version there was a tick instead. A bit of an oversight there, but I'll take it. Show him, Barry. It's a shame none of the later Resident Evil games do stuff like this, where they show those normally very specific, those scenes that are normally played from very specific camera angles from different ones. It's very cool. I love seeing it. Eat it, Tyrant! And that was Resident Evil. With a total clear time of 14 hours and 58 minutes on the dot, with 21 saves, as we knew. You've got the special key. Find closet. I think we know where that is. Hey, I'll take it. We didn't unlock the rocket launcher. What? Come on. Anyway, let's save our clear data. That's right. Back to the start. So I'd love to show what's in the closet, but the problem is that I actually have to play for a good bit to get to that point, because there's all the opening cutscenes you can't skip, and you need another key to get to the closet. That takes a little bit of doing to get. So you know, it could easily take like 30 minutes to get to that point, so I feel like we'll save that for another time. But there's some cool alternative unlockable costumes in there, which are nice. Had to press the wrong button one more time. There we go. So, yeah, maybe some other time I'll show off those costumes, but for now, I think we're just about done. So that was Resident Evil and the first ever iteration of the Odd Couple Challenge. You know what? I'll do my ending speech, going over my experiences with the game a little bit, and especially the challenge, and what's coming up next, what I got planned and stuff. But I think before that, let's do one more thing. I already had it unlocked because of course you can see from my save files that I've beaten this game before. But technically, if this was the first clear data we got on this system, we would have unlocked Battle Game. So let's check that out real quick, because this is, like the ticks and some other things, exclusive to this mode. I won't play through all of it. I'll just show it to you real quick because it is a cool, unique thing that is in no other version of the game. We might as well use this clear... Okay, no. So, one of these ones has both characters unlocked. I just don't remember. No, wait. No. I think the way it works is that in order to have... Yeah, of course it's... Yeah. So you can play as either character, but the save you choose dictates which character you get, and because I don't have a Chris save file here, I can't play as Chris. You would have to beat the game first as Chris, I believe, to be able to play as him. So I guess I haven't done that? I thought for sure I had, but maybe not. Well, let's use this one then. The one we just got. You must defeat all the enemies and enter into the mysterious zone. So, inventory empty, clock's a ticking. The idea behind this mode is that you go through a series of random rooms using whatever items the game gives you, and your aim is to use these items that you have here right now. There's a lot of it, but the point is to use these items to the best of your ability to make it to the end of the battle game. Now playthrough, really, I mean, sort of. I guess a run, you could call it a run of the battle game. So with what the game gives you, you need to find a way to make it to the end. And of course, with weaker enemies, you should use weaker weapons, and with stronger enemies, you should use stronger weapons and all that. I'll just quickly show off what it's like, and then I'll be going for the night. So, just because we can, let's grab some of the more interesting weapons. I'll take the shotgun, but no ammo. I'll take the Python and its ammo, and I'll take the bazooka with, let's say these. No, actually, I'll take all three, and I'll put the explosive rounds in there, and then I'll take 2 full heals. First aid sprays. Yep, that's good. And let's start with, say, this. Okay, here we go. Battle game, start. I really don't remember what enemies you face. They're very much randomized compared, or not randomized, but like very different compared to the normal mode. So, like the game already instructed. The point is to find every enemy in the current area, and once you've found them, you get to move on to the next one. And again, there must be an enemy in here, right? Let's see. But yeah, like I was saying, again, with whatever stuff is in the box, you're supposed to make it through this entire... Damn it. Whatever. Through this entire run. You don't get any more stuff at any point. So you need to be careful with what you use where. Was it this early? Oh man, well, I'm gonna have to cut this short then. Yeah, okay. I'm not doing this. I'm not doing this. I didn't remember that this part comes this early, but yeah, there's dogs. Cerber says, nuh-uh, I'm not doing it. Didn't do it a single time throughout the normal playthrough, so, well, if you can call it normal. And I'm not doing it now. There's 3 of them. Well, we've never seen a Cerberus kill me, so let's do that now. I'm here. Interesting that not all of them aggro when one does. Can you get me? Come on. I'm sure you can do it. They're gonna howl now, right? I think they do. Maybe they added that in RE2. Could be wrong. Oh well. But you get the basic gist. I wish I could show more about it. I'm just not gonna do that. I'm not gonna do that. But yeah, man, that happens way too early. That sucks. It is fun though. It is a fun mode. I have seen some of the later levels through means. I'm pretty sure Guy is my previous best attempt. So not a great time, not great points or anything like that. Sure, might as well. So yeah, not a great record or anything, but at least I did make it first. That's something. So yeah, there you can see that I have beaten it before through, like I said, means, but for the purposes of this stream and all that, yeah, that's all I'll show for now. But oh, I guess no, that's okay. So I didn't actually end up saving because I pressed the wrong button. But yeah, you got the basic gist of Battle Game, I'm sure. It is fun. It is for sure fun. And there's some cool surprises in store in the later levels. I actually have never apparently played through the Chris version, so there could be even more stuff there. But there's some stuff in the later levels you see in no other part of the game. Like, not anywhere. So, that is cool. That is very cool. Maybe someday I'll be able to show that off properly, but for now, that'll have to do it. But yeah. That's that. That's it for Resident Evil 1 and the first ever iteration of the Odd Couple Challenge. So I'll just let the game go through the various attract modes that it has. As I talk, it's oh, I haven't seen this before in this stream series. Be smart. Defeating foes is not the only way to survive this horror. I think that's what it said. Anyway, what was I gonna say? yeah, real quick on the game. It is a classic for sure, of course. I love it to pieces. It is one of my favorites to this very day, and of course, in certain ways, it is simple, charmingly so, compared to the later Resident Evil games. But there is a certain quality to it that I think none of the later games capture. And I'm not just talking about the camp. Of course, that's part of it. I love the camp in this game, and none of the later Resident Evil games can capture that in the same way. Not that they ever really tried. Um, but in addition to that, the way this game is designed, the way it's structured, it really appeals to me with how everything is like interconnected, and even at the very end of the game, you can still go back to the very starting point and to pick up items you missed and stuff like that. And the almost Metroidvania-esque design of it, where you collect key items and then you go back to areas you've been to previously to gain access to new areas and items and weapons and all that. And then how you have to very carefully consider when you want to use health, when you want to use ammo, and all that stuff. And of course, manual saves and all that, even if there's quite a few ink ribbons to go around. Like even in a playthrough like this where I saved more than I normally would, it's not like I was about to run out. I kind of cut it close a little bit at times. Like I think at my absolute lowest amount of ink ribbons was, or lowest number of ink ribbons was 2, but it's not like I never totally ran out. Hey, so here's some Chris gameplay, I guess. So you'll get to see some of that as well. There's some cool differences in the Chris campaign for sure, but maybe we'll do that some other time. But yeah, nothing crazy to say about the game. Had just as much fun with it as I do, as I always do. And yeah, it's never a bad time when I revisit this little gem. It's certainly not my favorite Resident Evil, but I do love it. I do love it a lot. It is probably my top 5 still, even after all the improvements that came in later games. Partly specifically because of the things I mentioned before, the camp and the structure of it, and the level design and things like that. It's in a class of its own still in certain ways, for sure. But that's about it for the game. As for the challenge, well, I would say that despite some hiccups along the way, this odd couple experiment was a success. I had tons of fun with it, and while I didn't always have tons of fun with it, sometimes it was very, very aggravating. Oh my god, the catharsis when I finally managed to do that part, uh, it's unparalleled. I don't know the last time I felt that good about managing to do something in a game. It was so good, so satisfying. Man, I'm still hyped up about it, honestly. Um, but yeah, that is part of the challenge, of course. I'm not saying like, oh, the challenge went pretty well, but if only I hadn't struggled. No, of course that's part of the challenge. Like you're supposed, like it's not really a challenge if you don't struggle at any point. So I'm really glad that there were some tough parts as well. And oh boy, were there some tough parts. Mostly just the one, but it got tricky every now and again. And then there was that real test of my skill, ultimate test of my gamer skill. At the beginning of this stream and the end of the last one, but yeah, I would say, other than how long I spent trying that boss overall, or trying to beat that boss overall, like other than that, I would say this went very well. I would, of course, have liked to finish it in one stream, but now with my final clear time having been like, what, 15 hours or so? Was it 14:58? Something like that, I think. Or 15:48. I forget what exactly it was, but something like that. About 15 hours anyway. now that I see that that was my final clear time, I think it's safe to say I was never going to beat this in a single stream, no matter what. Maybe two, if I didn't struggle so much with that one boss, but I'm not sure why I keep avoiding saying the name. It's not like you'd start with the end of the video and be spoiled when I say it here. Black Tiger, I mean, of course. If I hadn't struggled so much with Black Tiger, I would still not have managed to clear this in one stream. No way, but maybe two. Maybe two. Hard to say though. It's a yeah. I don't know. It's tough because the 15 or so hours it suggests that when my first stream was about 7 hours and my second stream was about 7 hours, if I had streamed for 7 hours but wasn't stuck on the boss for 2 hours, maybe I might have been able to do it just barely. But then again, you take out those 2 hours, and overall, I still streamed for what, 20 hours? So even though the in-game time says it took me 15, I think in truth it was more like maybe not quite 20 because there's always the babbling I do at the beginnings and ends of all my streams, so maybe that ate up like about 2 hours of it total, but it's still like 18 hours. So I'm not sure if I'd have been able to do it in 2 streams, but anyway, the fact of the matter is that I didn't, and it turned into a 3-part series, but now it is finally done. And in a way, I'm a little bit sad about that because I really did enjoy it, but at the same time, I am glad to be finished with it. I feel very accomplished having beaten the challenge. Now, sure, I will admit that the final parts after Black Tiger weren't nearly as difficult, maybe even a bit of a letdown, but it was those early parts in the game where I was using the knife against Jan, and well, that's a spoiler if you haven't seen the first stream, but when I was using the knife and handgun against bosses, or the knives and handgun against bosses, that's when the challenge was at its trickiest. So it just was the difficulty was a little front loaded, but it allowed me to have a more consistent, more straightforward end game, which isn't necessarily a bad thing. It's all about making those preparations early on so you'll be set for the end. I guess that's the whole point of it. Where you do the best you can early on so you don't end up in trouble later. It was specifically because I chose to use the knives when I did that the final parts of the game weren't that difficult. Of course, I could also have used better weapons in the earlier bosses, and then I'd have had to fight the final boss with a knife, which would not have been fun. Then again, it could even be that you don't need to deal that much damage, and it's just more about the timing. Like when you reach about, let's say, 45 seconds or so on the clock in the final boss, maybe then you just get the rocket launcher. I'm not sure, regardless of how much damage you've dealt, but it certainly felt like you didn't need to deal that much damage. I think some, for sure, but maybe it's not just such a stickler for it. Maybe it doesn't need to be a crazy amount. Not the kind you'd expect for a final boss. It's more about avoiding and just staying alive for the 2 or so minutes that the boss fight takes. But yeah, some fights were definitely going to be harder, some were going to be easier, and I am very satisfied with the choices I made. I got to see some cool new stuff, try out new things, and I would say definitely learn more about the game and become more skilled at it as well. So, I mean, what more can you ask for, really? I realize I could also go into full screen mode now, since you don't really need to be seeing the game, but I guess it's a bit more interesting to watch this play while I talk, especially since this is taking a little bit, as it always does. So I'll just do this for now. I can use the webcam only view some other time. But yeah, what else is there to say? Well, so the challenge was a success. Great. What next then? Well, as I promised previously, I will stay true to my word, and we will be playing Silent Hill 2 next time. Yes, we will be going back for part 2, finally, after 3 years. Um, I mean, it it just it really highlights how long it took for me to get back to it, and I'm technically still not back to it, but it highlights how long it has taken me to get back to it when the remake of Silent Hill 2 was both announced and released while I was away from the game. So that's a bit of an L for sure, but uh we'll still pick things up from where we left off last time as if nothing had ever happened. Um you just had to wait for it for a bit. Sorry about that. But yeah, my next stream will definitely be Silent Hill 2 Part 2. Finally. Now, I'm not gonna lie, I kind of have an itch to jump into Resi 2 and do this challenge again. But, like I promised, I'm gonna do Silent Hill 2 next, and that doesn't mean that I'll do Silent Hill 2 once and then I'll do another Odd Couple challenge again for Resident Evil 2. I'll probably finish Silent Hill 2 next, and then I'll think about what I do after that. Of course, Silent Hills 3 and 4 at least are still on the menu after 2, but I think I want to mix it up a little. Like now I played Resident Evil, next time I'll play Silent Hill. Once I'm done with that, maybe I'll go back to Resident Evil or maybe some completely different game. I don't know. Maybe it would be good to broaden my horizons a little because it seems like all I play on this channel is Resident Evil and Silent Hill. Well, almost. And there's so many other games I'd love to play. I'm not going to get into exactly what those are, but there's some horror, there's some platformers, strategy games, all sorts, really. A lot of it on the autofocus, please. A lot of it on the PS1, but some slightly newer stuff, even. And sure, I'd love to play the Silent Hill 2 remake at some point, but I'm not going to be rushing into it. We'll play the original for now, and then we'll see what happens later on. Especially since the game has been out for, I mean, like over half a year now. There's really no urgency to play it right away, so we'll get back to it. Or, well, not back, but we'll get to it when we get to it. And now one final thing I would like to mention that is pretty important, which I did also talk about last time, is the timing of my next few streams. And long story short, I most likely will not be streaming over the summer. I really wanted to get this stream out, if not late April, then early May at least, because I wanted to get this done before summertime. Because once it gets hot out, it also gets hot in, and when we reach that point where I live, where you have to take out a desk fan and basically have it running 24/7 just to be able to, cope, I guess, survive. I'm not going to be streaming then. I know some people do, even with fans running and the audio quality suffers, but maybe you can use a noise gate or something to eliminate part of it and all that. But I worked so hard to get my setup to where it is now, and I'm very satisfied with it for the most part. But or not but what was I gonna say? Hold on. I worked so hard to get to my setup. No, I worked so hard to get my setup to the point it is at now that I'm not willing to make such concessions. I also just don't want to stream during summertime because I am going to suffer for all of it. I hate summer. I hate it. So I don't want to stream in a state where I'm just like miserable constantly. It's just not going to be fun. It's not conducive to a fun stream either, so I don't think you'd want to watch that anyway. But yeah, it's hard to estimate exactly when I'll be back. So yes, I guess one way to put this is that I'll be going on another hiatus. That's right. But this time, it probably won't be 3 years. I'm pretty sure I can promise that much. I'll try to make it as short as possible because I actually I'm pretty excited about this. Like I'm looking forward to being able to stream more. I've been wanting to get back to it for the longest time, but things just got in the way constantly, and sometimes I was just lazy and couldn't get around to it. So it took this long, unfortunately, but um, now we're finally here, and I don't want to throw this good momentum away completely. So even though we might be taking like a 2 to 3 month break, depending on the weather, of course, um, I will be back in the fall, and then we'll jump straight back into Silent Hill. And I think that's actually a great time to jump into a game as melancholic as Silent Hill 2. I think the fall time is great for that. But yeah, unfortunately, that does mean that for most likely for the rest of May and for the entirety of June and July, probably at least, I'll be away, but maybe by August I'll be able to return. There is one little game coming out in August that I'd very much like to play for you guys, so we'll see how that works out for us. But yeah, unfortunately, I will be stepping away for a little bit, but it is entirely due to weather related and seasonal reasons. There is nothing else going on right now that would prevent me from doing that. I really, trust me, I would love to do it if it wasn't for the fact, or I would love to keep doing it, like as early as, let's say, later this month, if it wasn't for the fact that I will be absolutely suffering during summertime. So I will just, I think I will be suffering by my lonesome, and I'll be back in the fall. And just to be clear about this, the same will probably repeat every year. Like, assuming that there won't be like massive changes to the climate to the point that it like summers will be cold going forward. Um, at some point, I probably won't in general be streaming during the summer. Any other season? Yeah, sure, absolutely. As I have been doing up until now. But I feel like by this point, I have never streamed during summertime, or if I have, it must have been a particularly cold summer or something. To my knowledge, I have not. And the same will ring true in the future as well. If you were looking forward to more streams in the summer, I'm sorry, but that's just the way it's going to be. I'm not going to change my mind about it. It's a very firm opinion I have, and I have been just absolutely sure about it for the longest time. I just waited for the right time to explain the situation. And I think the right time is now, that this will probably be the last stream I do until fall. So it's unfortunate, I realize. Well, not if nobody watches these, but you know, if even one person does and enjoys these, it is unfortunate. I realize that, but yeah, there's just not much I can do about it. If I'm not going to be in the mood, if I'm not going to enjoy it myself, I don't see the point. So I'll just do us all a favor and come back probably at some point in August, or at least I will strive to, if only weather permits. But yeah, I guess that's about it then. That's about all I had to say. So unfortunately, I will be going away for a while, but once I come back, that coveted Silent Hill 2 playthrough part 2 will be what we'll be tackling then. And I'm looking forward to it already. It'll be a while, but I think it'll be worth the wait. It should be pretty cool. There's a lot more that game has to offer for us. Oh, I'll say this as well. I technically could probably squeeze in one more stream before summertime, before it like properly kicks off. But I don't think it makes any sense to come back for one Silent Hill 2 stream and then go away for another 3 months and then come back again. So I'll just cut it here, I think. And the next time I come back in a few months, I will get back to Silent Hill 2 in a big way. And one more thing I wanted to mention is that these Odd Couple Challenge streams have been 1080p 60 FPS, but I realized that because my gameplay isn't 30 FPS anyway, my webcam is, but since my gameplay isn't, it's kind of a waste of storage space and bandwidth and all that. So I think for my streams going forward, unless I'm playing a game that I can record at 60 FPS, I will not be releasing these. I will not be streaming in 60 FPS, and I will not be releasing stream VODs later down the line in 60 FPS either, because it's just, it's redundant. There's no point. I'm sure you can live with 30 FPS webcam footage as well. The gameplay is, of course, the main thing, so when that's 30 FPS anyway, streaming in 60 FPS doesn't change anything other than the file size of the VOD, which is, let me tell you, it's big. It's pretty big. So yeah, I think this will be my last 60 FPS stream for now. Hope you enjoyed them. What little 60 FPSness there was to enjoy, at least. But there will definitely be in 1080p going forward. You can count on that. I think it is much better than 720p, which I did for some of my earlier streams. So I'm not going to be going back to those. Don't worry. But yeah, 1080 30 going forward. I think that's for the better. So I guess that's everything then, right? Probably. Can't think of anything else. Well, it's been just over 6 hours, so I think now is a good time to call it. So thank you, everybody. Oh, one more thing. Yeah, okay. Hold that thought. I would love to know what you guys thought about this Odd Couple challenge. Would you like to see this going forward? Because I would very much like to revisit this idea with Resi 2 and 3 and Code Veronica and stuff like that. Like basically wherever it's applicable, I would love to try it out. But I would also very much like to hear what you guys thought about it. So if anybody sees this, if anybody watches this far into the stream, first of all, thank you. Second of all, are you insane? And third of all, please let me know in the comments if you enjoyed this kind of weird challenge, because I sure did. I would love to do it again, but if there isn't an audience for it, well, we'll see what happens, but most likely I will at least come back for a second iteration somewhere down the line with Resi 2, once I figure out how exactly I'm gonna carry out this challenge in that game, because it's quite different. It's not as clear cut as 6 weapons, 6 bosses, that's it. There's a bit more prep work to be done before I can do a stream like that with Resi 2. But you can leave that for me to figure out. But in the meantime, I would love to hear any feedback you have on the Odd Couple challenge, good or bad, anything. I will take it all to heart and carefully consider it going forward. But yeah, that is the last thing I wanted to say, so I will call it for now. Thank you, everybody, a ton for watching this series, especially if you watched all 3 parts. First of all, apologies that it got so elongated, but now it's finally done. I'm very satisfied that I managed to do it. And yeah, that's about it. So I guess I'll see you guys next time in the fall with Silent Hill 2. But for now, good night, and yeah. I think I can hear birds chirping outside. It's not that early yet. It's only 4:41 a.m. Well, it's better than 6. Still better than 6. Anyway, yeah, I'm gonna go. come back later if you want to, or don't. Whatever. But hope you had fun. I'ma go. Good night, and goodbye for now. See you in the fall. Hopefully, maybe. I don't know. We'll see. I mean, I'll be there. Will you be there? Hmm? We'll see. Anyway, I'm gonna go. Goodbye. Oh, no, wait. I can't go yet. No, 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 no. I was really close to ending the stream. Uh, as is customary, we're going to be... I think I did this last time as well. I was so tired then that I just completely forgot about it. But we're gonna be listening to some nice music. Just to, what's the expression? To let you guys go. We'll be playing some nice music for just a little bit. Just a minute or two. I think that's a nice way to cap off the stream, so let's do that now. Anyway, goodbye again. Let me do it with this hand so you can see better. Goodbye.